I'm itsmintsalad and I saw the Twilight Zone episode 1. It is written by Rod Serling, directed by Robert Steven, and it's called Where Is Everybody? Where is everybody? Real quick before I get into the review, if this review gets 1K views, I will do more Twilight Zone episode reviews. First of all, I gotta say that I was lied to in the past when someone said that another episode of the Twilight Zone was the very first episode of the Twilight Zone. No, this is the first episode of the Twilight Zone. That episode in question is the one where we have a guy who's like really interested in libraries and reading and such, and he gets into a safe, and then an end of the world happens, but he drops his glasses, so he's unable to read. That episode I will also cover in the future, as well as other Twilight Zone episodes that I've previously seen, but this is the first one. If you want to watch the Twilight Zone, this is the one where you should start with. This episode starts with following a guy, and he's alone in a town. He's trying to figure out where everybody could possibly be. What's really weird is that it seems like stuff is just left there. It seems like people were literally there like 5 minutes ago, and we got warm coffee pots. We got them smoky things, them cigars. I don't like cigars, so I don't know what they're called. I don't know anything specific about cigars, but we got a bunch of cigars just being lit. Why are they lit? Where is everybody? This guy just keeps on going around this really empty town. I'm very concerned. We got payphones be calling. We got a bunch of payphones over here ringing. Echo ring. And you must answer a ringing phone. Must you? He answers the ringing phone. Nobody's there. And I'm just like, this is spooky. What other spooky things will happen during this episode? I remember while I was watching this episode, I was like, okay, I gotta stare at the screen. Oh my goodness, there's too many things going on. It seems like many people were here, and now they're just all collectively taking a break. We have a bunch of shops that aren't even open. Seeing this town be super closed down and nobody here, I'm like, man, this town really must hate money. Where is everybody? And that's the entire point of this episode. This episode is very tense. I really love the camera movements. I really love the guy acting. He is nameless, by the way. I honestly wish that I knew his name at the very beginning of the movie, because, you know, I'd like to have some sort of nice little personal connection. But I guess the entire point of this episode, to me anyway, is what if this happened to me? It's kind of like a self-insert. What would you do in this situation? If you were alone in a town where supposedly people are here, there's like businesses and shops and such, what would you do? Leave a comment below. Progressively throughout the episode, he's just freaking out like, oh no, what's going on? Oh no, there's nobody here. How am I going to deal with isolation? And I'm like, maybe you should chill just a little bit. Look at the positives of all the isolation. You can go behind the counter of this ice cream place and get yourself a sundae. Hey, ain't that just pretty nice? I really do like the tension build up in this episode, all the way to where he hits this button repeatedly. He's like, I gotta go, I gotta get out of here. And it's actually an Air Force experiment. This guy is single-handedly just super isolated, just alone, and he's been in there for like 484 hours, and it's very impressive how long he's been just chilling in this place. This is training to go on the moon? Man, that's wild. That's harsh. Makes a lot of sense. You gotta make sure this guy can withstand just being alone and isolated. I do like the line at the very end, you know, next time, you're not going to be alone. And I like that. I like that a lot, because this guy is just training to be isolated. And honestly, I wonder how long I could be isolated without freaking out like this guy did. I think I could probably do 500 hours. You know, what do you think? How long do you think you could be isolated for? Overall, this is a very great start to the Twilight Zone. Something weird and wacky is happening, and it's just his imagination. He literally imagined the town that he was in. Man, that's wild, man. I wonder if I would imagine a town if I were that isolated. Honestly, I think I would imagine like a bowling ring or a horse carousel, maybe. I don't know what I'd imagine. I don't know if I would be able to control what I'm imagining within isolation. Got any theories? Leave them below. Leave them below. What do you think of the Twilight Zone? Of course, I already know that I love the Twilight Zone from the few episodes that I've seen. I really want to see all of the Twilight Zones, so share this video with everyone you know if you want to have me review all of the Twilight Zone, just like I said at the very beginning of this review. I love the acting, I love the set pieces, oh my goodness, it's so great. This episode is definitely a mind experiment, a thought experiment, it gives me a little bit of a think. So I gotta give this episode like a solid 8 out of 10. I'm Salad and I saw the Twilight Zone episode 2, One for the Angels. It is directed by Robert Parrish, written by Rod Serling, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts with following Lou, and he's a salesman, and he likes to give all these knickknacks to the little children. He's just a little endearing guy. His endearment factor is off the charts, man. He's so nice to all the little kids, versus like, he treats adults with respect. There's not much showing of like his interaction with adults. He just seems like, you know, a nice guy who likes the future. He lives in his own little place. He's lived there for many, many years, and I'm like, how could you not get out at any point? I feel like if I was stuck in that same exact room for like 20 years, the same 20 years that this guy's been in his room for, I would lose my mind. I would go insane. My favorite part of this episode is, oop, death's creeping on him. Ooh-wee. Ooh, I'm gonna get you. Oh, here I am to confront you in my house, in your house. Ooh, wow, I can't believe it. He's here. What is he here for? Oh, I'm gonna take you at midnight. Ooh, you better prepare. And he's like, oh no, I haven't done anything for my life. Oh, I have this one ambitious, one amazing ambition. And I gotta make the sales to make the angels sing. I gotta make the best sale in the universe. Immediately I'm like, Lou, you didn't do anything with your life? Oh my goodness, I can see why. You kind of just sat in your house for 20 years. It looks very well lived in. You don't really got much family, which is sad, honestly. You don't have any kids, you don't got a wife. Look, my tears go cry down my face for this man who's lonely, forever lonely. Lou's like, I'm so sad, I'm not ready to die. And then Mr. Death's like, oh, well, actually, if you're not going to come with me, because you got to do this great ambition, you're trying to like saw off your death, well, let's get this little girl. Ooh, you have until midnight, basically. I really like how the terms are, well, I'm just gonna get this other girl now. You've already said that you're not gonna die tonight. Well, you didn't complete your life fulfillment plan. I gotta get somebody. And he's like, oh no, actually, oh dang, hot diggity dang, how'd I get this child to be safe? Oh no, the child is sick. Oh no, this child's in bed. Oh no, I don't want her to die. She just started randomly dying, and I'm like, I'm responsible for it. Oh no, I should be the one who dies because she has a future. Oh no, what if she didn't have a future because of me? Big old stubborn man didn't use his life at all. By the way, this episode is essentially a metaphor for parents who don't do anything with their lives and just, you know, don't really establish anything in their children. We're super close to midnight. All right. Ooh, yeah. Hey, Mr. Deathman. Hey, I want to have a little chat with you. Oh, I got an appointment. Oh, and he's like, oh, let me give you the best sales of your life. And he gives like the most impressive sales pitch ever. Like his life depends on it. And I'm like, well, I guess your death depends on it. Well, like her life depends on it. Your death depends on it. I don't know what which phrase applies here, honestly, but he's like, hey, you want to buy this thing? Well, you'll never know. Oh, you might need this, you might not. You can tell that I'm not a salesperson because I don't understand all the sales words that he uses, honestly, but he's like, oh, hey, Deathman, hey, how about you, a guy who does not care about earthling belongings? How about you get super invested in all this, like, nice, precious earth stuff? And he does. He's like, oh, wait, I did it. Oh, amazing stuff. Oh, I got his nice little clothing. Oh, I got a little trinket. Ooh, I'm Mr. Death, and I got all these nice little cool things. And I'm like, okay, cool guy. But hey, you missed your appointment. Oh no, you missed my appointment. Well, I guess you did your deed. You did the thing that you wanted to do. Now you're coming with me. And I do like how we have freaking Lou. He's like, hey, did I make it to heaven? And then I'm like, yes. He's like, yes, you did. And I'm like, oh, that's so nice. He's been the nicest, do whatever. He's the goodest of the guys. Of course you'd go to heaven. This is a very good episode. I enjoyed this episode more than the last one. I really like the blocking. I really like the acting. Makes me sad when we see have It makes me really sad to see that the child sees Mr. Death, even though Mr. Death, you're not supposed to see him until, you know, you're close to your death. That child didn't really have much of a life to begin with, so that is incredibly sad. Don't be selfish, Lou. Lou, don't be selfish. Don't take that child's future away just because you didn't use your own life. And luckily, Lou makes the right decision, which is to take away his life at 69. Nice. I really like the plot because it's like, hey, do you want to be selfish or do you want to help somebody else have a nice little future and accept your own death? And I do like that he does eventually accept his own death. And he does eventually get into cool heaven place. Which, by the way, do you believe in heaven? Leave a comment below, because that's a very controversial topic, and I like thinking about controversial topics. You know, I grew up with people, a lot of people telling me, oh, heaven exists, heaven's real, but like my stipulation with heaven is eternal life sounds scary. Like, you know how life ends, right? That seems normal. But, like, it's weird how life ends, but it's also weird how life will never stop. Like, eternal life, that both concepts are scary to me, so please let me know in the comments below which one you believe in. Anyway, I gotta give this episode a solid 8.5 out of 10. I'm Salad and I saw Twilight Zone Episode 3, Mr. Denton on Doomsday. It is directed by Alan Reisner, written by Rod Serling, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. We're following Al Denton, and he's a big old gunslinger. Well, he used to be a big old gunslinger. He's done a lot of gunslinging in the past. He's done his share of, like, killing people, pew 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 pew, but he's so remorse. He's so guilty about all these deaths, including this really one young guy. Yeah, I would be sad too. I would also turn into an alcoholic. We're also following this guy called Henry Fate. I'm just gonna call him Fate for short. So he comes into town, and we have good old pal Denton just regains his shooting ability again. He's like, what is happening? Why do I have the respect of everyone? Oh, it seems like more people are gonna try to challenge me now that I'm being respected again as a gunslinger, which is exactly what does happen. And I do like the intervention of fate, just like, hey, have this vial that you'll gain 10 seconds of like the most awesome gunslinging skills in the world for 10 seconds. And I'm like, oh geez, 10 seconds? Really? That's the longest time you're able to give me? Like, why not like 30 seconds? That's a bigger window. There's less chance for me to mess up on the whole gunslinging thing, because I feel like it'd be weird to have a vial of something, you take it before you do gunslinging. If I were the opponent, I would be like, huh, that's a little weird. What are you doing? What is that, like some sort of like booster thing? Like, what are you drinking? It doesn't look like alcohol. It doesn't look like water. I'm going to be very suspect. So Fate gives him this vial, and he's supposed to go up against this guy, and it looks like this other guy, his opponent now, he's younger, also has this vial. And I'm like, oh geez, okay, so we're at the point where you both have a vial. Okay, so if you guys are both the quickest, the bestest gunslingers within this 10 seconds, who will be the best gunslinger? It's like having two Sonics, right? It's like having two Sonics, they're both super fast, but it's based on pure ability at that point, because no matter how fast you are, if you have somebody else that's just like just as fast as you, then there might be a chance that they're better at being fast than you are. I do like the ending though. It's a whole, oh, let's just shoot each other, pew! Oh wow, we both shot our hands, and both of our hands are damaged. It looks like we can't shoot guns anymore. I really like how Al Denton gets out of his slum at this point. He's like, well, thank goodness I cannot shoot a gun anymore because my hand is messed up, my hand is hurt. And then like the younger guy, he doesn't have to deal with the whole self-loathing thing because of how many people he's killed. He doesn't have to do any of that. He doesn't have to live with the guilt, and I really like this. The episode ends on a nice little monologue that I will not try to even attempt to quote it beat for beat, word for word, because my memory don't work like that. I just remember the emotionality of what was said. I do remember it's like fate can just step in, and sometimes fate chooses for you. Fate can save one person from going into a pit, and fate can help somebody climb out of a pit. Pretty much like that. I'm like, oh, this is so good. This is about fate intervening. They both had intentions to kill each other, but because of the way that fate intervened, they're like, fate's like, I need both of y'all to not die. Please don't die on my hands. I'm fate. You know, I also think that either of them could have denied fate. They could have been like, no, I actually want to die. Or I want to, like, show off my skills based on, not like vile alone, just like, you know, I just want to be me. I want to do all the things that I can do, just without any drugs, without any special skills. But I do like how both of them made the same decision, that they want the advantage. They want the upper hand, so they accepted fate. Here's the moral of what I got out of this episode. You just gotta let fate take over. A lot of the time, actually. Fate's knocking on your door. You better answer fate. You better do what fate wants you to. Doesn't matter whatever intentions that you got in your noggin you got. Oh, maybe you intend on doing harm. And then fate steps in and is like, oh, actually, I'm going to make it so you're not able to do harm. And it's actually going to be a benefit for you and the person that you intend on causing harms to life. It's going to be a benefit to both of your lives. And like, this is excellent. Also, listen to fate. If fate's knocking on your door, listen to it. Like, don't just reject fate. Don't be like, oh wow, I could totally be the master of my own domain, and I'm not going to listen to you because I can be the master of my own domain. Even if it means like denying an advantage in your life, denying something, denying good advice, pretty much. Even if it means denying good advice, denying the upper hand, denying getting an advantage on other people, you just gotta listen to fate. You shouldn't deny fate, okay? Otherwise, your fate is going to be bad, which is going to be not good, because it's against what fate wants, and that is, ironically, your fate now is you're going against fate, and so fate's gonna punish you. Urgh. I also think the very absurd thing that happens is we have a classic Western duo. I don't know what they're called. The standoffs, Western standoffs. I don't know what they're called. If you know, let me know in the comments below. You got them two standoffs. They're doing a little standoff, and they both survive, because that never happens. Usually one of them dies in like one of those Western standoffs. So the cowboy slinging guys be like, phew! Oh, I'm faster than you. You go die now. I'm honestly really happy that those things don't exist anymore. We don't have anything nearly like that now. You know, it's pretty nice. Well, at least in anything that I've seen, any civilization that I've seen, the Western gunslinging battles aren't acceptable anymore, which makes me a lot happier. What morals did you get from this episode? Please let me know in the comments below. I think I gotta give this episode like a solid 8 out of 10. I'm Salad and I saw the Twilight Zone episode 4, the 16mm Shrine. It is directed by Mitchell Lyson, written by Rod Serling, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts with following this lady who's just rewatching films from the 1930s from when she was a lead actress, and now she's just in a room all the time. You got people who are concerned about her. You got her assistant is concerned about her, a guy just like coming in and out is like concerned about her, and it's like, dude, this chick is missing out on love. She was so focused on romance movies that she's just now alone, and she's like, oh wow, well, I wish I was in a romance part. It's like, go find somebody to date. Find a husband, lady. Like, if you want romance, movies don't accurately represent romance. That's all written and such. Romance is like off the cuff. It's more like improv, honestly. So this lady don't get it at all. This is very sad. And honestly, I think this also applies to every human, including myself. The tendency to want to look on the past and be like, oh yeah, I remember when I ate ants off of the floor because the ground was dirty and I wasn't being fed enough, and so I wanted to eat some ants and squish some ants, and did you know they're orange inside? I bet you didn't know that. Yeah, reminisce about the goodness of the childhood. And I've encountered a lot of people who reminisce about their childhood, some more than others, and she's just stuck in the past. We even have her friend from out of town is like, hey, I want to come see you, because, you know, all of her friends from the past have either died, left, or retired, you know, and she's like, has the opportunity to meet her old friend, and then she goes into like the living room where her old friend's at, and like her face is like from smiling to like frowning. It's like, oh, I thought I would meet the guy in the movie. It's like, no, it's been 20 years. This guy is aged. Oh, look at his face wrinkles. You should really care about that. But she's like, no, I want to live in the past. I'm going to be the type of person to just hunker down, and I'm going to live in this air-conditioned room forever. And here I am, just like, please, that's not good for your health. You're going to waste the rest of your lives reminiscing on your past when you could have made some nice new memories. Oh my goodness, please. And you have loved ones who care about you, who are desperately trying to get you to listen to them. I'm just like, ah. I think she gets a fitting ending though. She goes back into her air-conditioned, very dark cinema room, and then is like, oh, I wish that I was in there. And then, you know what's interesting? Her assistant comes in and is like, screams, and I'm like, what happened? Where is she? Did she like end her life or something? That was my first thought. And then, oh, the projector was turned off. The guy who really appreciated her and really wanted to help her, yeah, that guy turns the projector on and she's there. I'm like, how did this happen? This is the Twilight Zone. It doesn't matter how it happens. It just happened, and now she's in a place that she wants to be. So, you know, good for her, I guess. But when the reel stops, does her life stop too? Yes. The answer is yes. This is what I got out of this episode. Another thing that I got out of this episode is that if you stop being present and you reminisce on the past, you might as well be dead, because the past is, you know, in the past it's not right now. You're only focused on the past, and it limits your point of view. It limits your scope on how you view things. Like, she's like, oh my goodness, the guy. She's like really disappointed when the guy didn't look like the guy in the movie. It looked like him, but 20 years aged. And she was disappointed with reality, and so she wants to live in a fantastical made-up world, and with that she's now has a limited lifespan. I mean, she's already practically dead because she's not going out and living. So, you know, I just like the literal metaphor. I mean, the literal like physical thing to represent this metaphor that if you are not present, you're pretty much dead. If that makes sense. Am I making sense? Anyway, I like their performances in this episode. Also, the place that they're at, she has a beautiful home. The fact that she's just holed up in the house is really sad to me. I wish she could appreciate herself a little bit more and expand. Like, she's got a lot of furniture in that one room, but it doesn't seem like she has a lot of furniture in the other rooms. She really should use her real estate. Like, geez, what are you doing, lady? Well, I know what you're doing, but why? Oh, I know why you're doing it. Dang it! Freaking buy are you working? How can you afford that place? Oh, or do you maybe own it? That might be the reason. But like, you have to pay other things too, like house insurance and like fire insurance. Well, this is the 50s. I'm not exactly sure if you have to pay for those things, but you know, you probably have to pay for something. Where's her income? Is like, I honestly wish that this was expanded upon, but that's just my natural curiosity. This episode represents a good lesson, and so for that, I gotta give this a solid like 8 out of 10. I'm in Salad and I saw the Twilight Zone episode 5, Walking Distance. It is directed by Robert Stevens, written by Rod Serling, and if you haven't seen this movie, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts, we see a man, he's going down this road, and he's like, oh, I'm near my hometown. And by the way, I should mention that we're in Riley's place of town? Well, he was born in Arkansas, but he grew up in Elko. This is where we're at right now. This is Elko, Nevada, if you didn't know. So anyway, I thought this location pertained very well to the theme of this episode because you can never go home again. This guy's like, oh, I gotta get the heck out of my New York job. I'm like, I understand that. I completely understand the need to just be like, I'm done with being an adult. I gotta go see what life was like back when I was a child. He walks back to his place of hometown, and he goes there, and everything is exactly how it was when he was a little child. He goes to the malt shop, and he's like, oh, give me a nice little scoop of ice cream with the chocolate soda, and it's like 10 cents. It's a ridiculously low price. And first of all, chocolate soda? What is it? What is that? I've never had chocolate soda before. If you have had chocolate soda, let me know in the comments below because it seems like it wouldn't be good, but I could be wrong. Let me know in the comments below. I really like when he's like, oh, I'm gonna go to my parents' house. Oh, wow. I'm gonna go to the place in which I remember carving my initials in, and wow, I can't believe it. It's me doing it as a youngin'. I'm Martin Sloan. And the kid's like, no, I'm Martin Sloan. And it's like, you're creeping that kid out, dude. Stop interacting with your past self. Stop doing it, dude. And he just keeps on trying to interact with like the past self. And like at this moment, I'm like, oh, I can see what's happening. He's in the past. I really like this. So he scares the kid. He's like, oh, I'm gonna scare you. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. Ooh, yeah. We'll go to my parents' house. I'm gonna insist that I am actually the son. And of course, the parents get scared. They're like, get the heck out of here. And I love how Martin Sloan actually leaves his wallet. And I'm like, how you do? Why are you leaving your wallet places? Why you gotta be like that? Stop leaving your wallet. And of course, his dad is like, oh, it's actually you, but you're too early. You're too late, actually. Or too early. His license expired in like the 60s, and it was like the 30s or whatever time it was. It was like 30 years. Way too early for him to be there. And so I'm like, yeah, I get it. You wanted to go home, and now you can't go home because you realize what happens when you go home. Well, you accidentally ruined your fate, actually. You know, he had a perfectly good leg. He had an excellent leg. And then he had to chase his younger self on the merry-go-round, cause it to where he falls off the merry-go-round, his younger self, and he also gets the same injury, and now he walks with a limp. And it's like, oh, congratulations, guy. You did it. You ruined your gait. You ruined your life. Now you just got a slight limp. How does it feel? And honestly, he doesn't really seem very affected by it because it's like he's always had it since, you know, he's been a child. He has received the injury, reacted to the injury accordingly, and now just walks with a limp. And I found that to be a really cool detail. But what's also a cool detail is that there's so many spider webs on this play set. It's like no one has played on this in a while. So anyway, I really like the part where he goes back to the soda shop and everything's like the right price, and there's too many people in there, and there's a different guy running the soda shop, and he's like, okay, I'm gonna go back, which is what you should have been doing in the first place. Just live your life, bro. Just be okay with the dead-end job that you got, because I don't know, you might be making more money than many people. You probably have a better life than most people, so just be okay with it. And I really like how he does learn this lesson. He's like, okay, I'm gonna go back, and I can never go back. And I like this, because it makes me think, man, the times in which I'm like, I just want to go back to Washington, and I want to go eat the ramen place that I really liked. Yeah, I can't do that anymore. I was in Washington State recently, and I grew up there for like 19 years, and I was in the area in which I lived in, and it just seemed different. Like, I've been away from that place for a long time, so it doesn't feel familiar in the sense that like, oh, I've been here for a while. It feels like, oh, I'm like kind of nostalgic. I recognize these places, but it just feels different. Like there's like a different vibe to it all. It feels like hotter, I guess, like less rainy, or at least the place, the time I was there, it wasn't really raining that much actually. So it's like I was expecting rain, because it rains all the time. It's September. Where's the rain? It's October. Where's the rain? Hasn't been raining there for a while apparently. So yeah, the Washington State's just like different from what I remember it being when I was a youngin'. And so I went home and I'm like, oh wow, I can't believe it. This is completely different than when I remember seeing it last. So, you know, you can never go home. You can never go home. I really like the camera movements. I like the acting and everyone involved, including Martin. He's a cool guy. I would hang out with him. I feel kind of sad that he's like in a job that he doesn't like that much. I mean, he's making good money, but you know, it's not like his childhood. He should really appreciate the time that he has as a child. So, based on my lovely experience of this episode, I'm gonna have to give this like a solid 9 out of 10. I'm Salad and I saw the Twilight Zone Season 1, Episode 6, The Escape Clause. It was directed by Michael Lyson, written by Rod Serling, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts with a man who thinks he's sick, and he's very annoyed by the germs in the air. And I'm like, yeah, I get it, they're germs in the air, but they keep you healthy. And you just staying in your room, in your bed all the time, having your wife pamper you is unironically going to make you more sick. So stop staying inside, guy. And he's like, oh no, death, oh no, it's tragic, how do I prevent my death? And I'm like, you can't. Death is the punctuation at the end of life's sentence, okay? Just remember that. That's why you gotta do what you gotta do with your life, and then accept that you're gonna die, because that's the best way to live. Honestly, just be okay with death. So anyway, this guy is not okay with death. He's like, oh well, I'm gonna make a deal with the devil. The devil is gonna take my soul, and I'm gonna have immortality, and this is gonna be awesome and great and cool and stuff. And I'm like, no, please stop doing that. Don't do that. Please don't do that. Please don't do that, because immortality, you're gonna get bored with it. You're gonna see planets die. You're gonna see stars die. You're gonna see universes die, and you're still gonna be there. And you're gonna be bored. Endlessly bored, because there's no throne life anymore. And he does learn this lesson the hard way. And I'm like, oh geez, guy, please, why did you decide to not live and instead live forever, which is essentially not living, because death is what gives life meaning. I just absolutely love this guy. He's like, oh well, I'm just gonna drink some chemicals, I'm gonna try to jump off some buildings, I'm gonna jump in front of trucks and cars, get insurance payouts. And I'm like, I guess, okay, you can be greedy with it if you want. No humanity with him at all. There's also a lot of fun, subtle ways that he's like not addressing anyone's humanity anymore, because he's immortal. So he's like, haha, I don't even need to care about you, because you're gonna die in 70 years and I'm gonna live on forever and ever. And it's like, you should really appreciate the people that they're here. You should really appreciate them. And now that you're alive forever, who cares? Am I right? I mean, you weren't really appreciating them anyway while you're still here. So I totally get it. So this guy is like, oh, hey wife, come check out my cool, awesome, amazing powers. Let's go to the top of the building and let me try to jump off it. But then you're gonna be like, no, please don't jump off the top of the building. How absurd. I mean, we're talking about a woman who doesn't understand that he has immortality, and she's like, stop, no, please don't die. And then she ends up dying and falling to her death, and he's like, okay, I want the electric chair. I need another thrill in my life. And I really like how he calmly just calls the popo and be like, yo, my wife fell off a building and I did it. Arrest me. Put me in the chair. And then he gets arrested, and too bad that his lawyer is too good, because the lawyer just gets some life in bars instead of the electric treatment. And I'm just like, yo, come on. You did this to yourself. And he's like, yeah, I did this to myself. I'm in life forever. I'm in bars forever. And honestly, if I were him, if I were in this situation, I would still stay alive, because I want to see how long it takes for the jail to degrade even with maintenance, I want to see everything fall. I want to see human history, personally. That's what I would use immortality for. But then once humans die, I'd also want to die, personally. But, you know, it just feel like a world with humans is an interesting one. And if everything exploded and I was still alive, I would want to die, just like this guy does. And so there's luckily an escape clause, so lets him have a heart attack. Have a heart attack, please! Devil, please heart attack me. And then he gets heart attacked. And then, I really like this part, he dies. And the devil has his soul, and I'm like, man. So basically what happens in this episode is that he thinks that he's sick, and so he kills his wife, and then he goes to jail, and then dies. That's what happens without all of the devil stuff, and all the immortality stuff, all the fun stuff. I really like the fun stuff. This episode made me have a think. I really like the camera movements, I really like the acting, I like the composition, I really like the story. The story is honestly the most engaging part to me, is what I remember the most. If something has struck out to me, that has just jumped out to me, I'll talk about that the most. That's just what happens in my reviews. Also, I'm a big old dummy. I had recorded this episode review, and then big old dummy over here had to push the Zoom mic off of this bench that I'm sitting on, and then the battery go out, and then have to re-record, and I don't have a backing to this still. So anyway, if you like this episode, let me know what you think of it. I really like this episode because it gives me a big old think. I really like thinking about immortality and how much I don't want it, and how I actually think everyone should be okay with their death. It'll make them happier living, because they will eventually die. Everyone will eventually die. So you should just be okay with it. Use whatever life you have left to your advantage, because you know, hey, it's ultimately you die alone, so you alone have to live with your mistakes and stuff that you've done during life. I like this episode. It gives me a big old think. I give this episode a solid 8.8 out of 10. I'm itsmintsalad, and I saw the Twilight Zone Season 1, Episode 7, The Lonely. It is directed by Jack Schmidt, written by Rod Serling, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode, we're following Corey, and he's been alone. He's been alone on this asteroid for like almost 5 years now. It's been like 4.5 years, and this seems like torture, because it's loneliness. You're not with anyone else. You have to deal with your own thoughts all the time, all the day. And even if you have negative thoughts, you can't escape your negative thoughts because you're alone. There's nobody to tell you, hey, those negative thoughts are just negative thoughts. You should probably not listen to them. I like you, good sir. So, you know, I'm pretty sure Corey is going to be very mean to himself. But there's some guys that come around every 3 months to send off supplies, and I'm like, huh, 3 months. 3 months of supplies? That seems like, actually a lot. But with how many boxes they're carrying, maybe like they carry more boxes, like more, they unload the ship more and more. Maybe there's more supplies that I'm not seeing, but man, those measly boxes for 3 months, I'm not believing it. But you know, I'm going to suspend my disbelief because we are in the Twilight Zone, and within the Twilight Zone we have freaking Corey being like, oh man, can we have a little play chess or checkers or game with screws and bolts? And these fellows are like, no, we gotta leave. We only have 15 minutes to be here, and I'm like, this is so sad. Corey's not going to be able to hang out with his buds. Man, it seems like the other guys, other than the captain, of course, feels bad for Corey. The other dudes are like, we have to be here with the likes of you. It sucks. It sucks being here. I have to be away from my family. And they don't even recognize me when I come in through the door. I'm like, why'd you take this job? Like, I don't know what society is like, but I'm just curious as to why that guy took the job that he has. I think personally, if you have children, it's sad to take a job in which you have to go away and then come back. I mean, I don't want to like give a very definitive, overarching statement to this because people gotta, you know, sometimes you just gotta have to take the job. But it is really sad, and I hope the best for that family, and I hope that eventually you don't have to do that job where you're separated from your family anymore. Maybe find another way to have some sort of revenue and you're able to chill with your family more. You don't have to like travel right freaking everywhere. You don't have to travel space and time in order to feed your family. That's what you're doing it for, is for your family. So I get it. I get this guy's plight. But at the same time, Corey is a dude. You're saying this in front of Corey, and Corey's like, I'm just so lonely. And the people that come here every 3 months, one of them is just openly complaining. That would be sad too. I would feel bad if I were Corey. But wow, there might be a pardon coming. Also, the captain feels so bad that he leaves a box, and within the box is a robot. And I love how they say robot. Robot. it's pretty great. I'm a big fan of the pronunciations of things. Also, the robot, let's just open the box. Phew. Wow, it's a lady. Oh my goodness, and she speaks exactly like AI. How did the Twilight Zone predict how AI would sound? How those voice things, what are those called? Voice things. You type into Google, type the thing into Google Translate and hit that speaker button. Whatever that voice is, text to speech, there it is. So that, Twilight Zone predicted it. So I like that a lot. Also, I like how they start on rocky ground. Get it? Because they're in rocks? Haha, got him. Anyway, Corey's like, you're not a person. You're not a person at all. And then like she starts crying, and this convinces Corey that she's a woman because no robot would cry. Only women cry. And this is nice. I like this. He's like, oh, I want to protect you, take care of you, and have a lovely good time together. And I'm like, this is nice. I wonder what will happen. I hope nothing happens to their love. Well, 3 months later, they come back. The captain's like, I have news for you. I have news for you. You have a pardon. Frickin' Corey be like, oh, let me get my Annalise. And the captain's like, God dang it, I forgot. And I like this part. I like his reaction. Dang it, I forgot. I should, we only have 15 pounds because we encountered a bunch of people and we rescued and picked up a bunch of people. You can only have room for you and a bunch of not even anything. Only 15 pounds, and your wife is bigger than 15 pounds. Maybe she needs to lose a little weight. I considered telling her she needs to lose. Well, she has to be 15 pounds. That's like the weight limit, or else I'm not dating him. No. Corey will though. Corey will want to be with her even if she's over 15 pounds. Fat. Anyone who's over 15 pounds in weight, fat. Leave a comment below if you agree with me. Well, anyway, so we have frickin' Corey's like, I want to bring her, and then like, oh well, I guess we can't really take her. Dude, we have to show you that she's a robot. And we just have a little boom, shoots her, and her face is all metal. And then Corey's like, oh wow, I can't believe it. She's a robot. And then presumably they go onto the spacecraft together, but that's how the episode ends. With the reveal of like shooting the chick who's a robot. I mean, it's a robot. But also, Corey had a strong connection to him. It's like, I don't really have that many strong connections to anything physically, because, I don't know, I just never really had a lot of stuff growing up. Except for this one thing. It's a little small plushie, right? It's a plushie toy. I could get it online for like 10 bucks. However, there's a significance of having this toy that if it were ever damaged, I'd be so sad. I'd be bawling out in tears because it has a lot of importance to me. And I guess with Corey, it also has a lot of importance to him too. Developing this relationship with this robot. So I get it. I get Corey's attachment. You know, I don't feel anyone's in the wrong at all in this episode. Like, no one's in the wrong. Like, Corey is in love with this object. It's an object. At the end of the day, you have to leave the objects. It's painful, but you gotta leave the object. So I completely understand. I like this episode a lot. I like the acting. The acting is full of energy, especially the point where we have Corey just like setting up the table. Oh my goodness, they're coming. Wow, I can't believe it. They're coming with my supplies. Better set up the table. It's very energetic. There's a lot of energy in a lot of the acting. And I like the set piece. And I like filming outside. It's very nice. So, I gotta give this episode a solid 8 out of 10. I'm Salad and I saw the Twilight Zone Season 1, Episode 8, Time Enough at Last. It is directed by John Brom, written by Rod Serling, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. My previous exposure to this episode is when I was in freshman year. I was told this was the first episode of the Twilight Zone, like the pilot and everything, and then I come to watch this, and this is the 8th episode in the season. Was this previously a pilot that I don't know, and then like the order was switched or something? If you know, let me know in the comments, because this is always perplexed to me. We have a guy who's really into reading. He has a job at a bank, and he's doing his job poorly because he's reading all the time. But he's trying to multitask, which is not good because you don't do either good if you try doing both at the same time. This is personal experience, and obviously this is what this guy is up to right now. Not doing any good job, not being any goodness to society currently. We have his boss man be like, yo, you're counting this lady's money wrong multiple times. As an audience member, I really like the way that the dialogue is set up. I know how long this guy has been reading. He's been like, he just keeps on reading. He's so obsessed with reading. And honestly, I kind of relate to this when it comes to like drawing. Man, okay, so I so focused on drawing, like growing up, that I would, instead of like taking notes in class, I would just doodle all the time and then do homework and then doodle some more. You know, it was always in the pursuit of doodling. And I relate to this guy. This guy feels like in this episode that he doesn't have enough time to pursue reading, and he has a wife that hates his reading, and this is the 50s. Alright, so I don't quite understand why they gotta be together if they're gonna be this way to each other. Like, it must be a cultural thing. Guy, I'm just saying. You could just like jumpstart on a movement right now, because you know I'm your time traveler friend, and I'm here to tell you that you should, instead of adhering to social norms, hear me out. You should instead just do whatever you want. See what happens. Just see what happens. I don't know. Just see what happens. I like it. So this guy is really into reading. He has a bad wife, in my opinion. I get it from the wife's perspective too. This guy is not a good guy. I mean, this guy is being selfish. I understand. I felt like really naturally inclined towards that guy's side of the story because I'm like, yeah, he doesn't have enough time to read. Society sucks. But then, you know, you gotta look at it from a society perspective, from other people's perspective that isn't him. they gotta like do stuff. He has to be used to them. And if he's just gonna keep on reading, what good is reading got? No job is just a bunch of reading, right? Some of it is talking, most of it is talking, a lot of it is jobs of talking, right? Or at least like, you know, doing stuff, communication, doing stuff, communication. There is some degree of communication in all jobs. You can't just like read all the time, guy. And that's just what this guy wants to do, read all the time. He also wants to like dump all of his information onto other people without them asking. And I have an issue with this personally, because I've done it a lot, and I've never gotten good results from just dumping information without people just asking about it, you know? This guy seems a little bit under-socialized, but a fun thing that I noticed about this guy is he's so obsessed with reading is that he doesn't pay attention at all to the outside surrounding world that he lives in, like the society, any other person. He's just, I want to read, I want to read, I want to read, I have to do this thing, I want to read, I want to read. And he goes down to the vault, the bank vault. This was established as a habit already, which I really appreciate. I like establishing habits and then following through with them and seeing the consequence of those habits. And so the consequence of him being in the bank vault again reading is there is an H-bomb. I like the newspaper, just like the shot of the newspaper is just like chilling there like, yo, H-bomb here, it's coming, and then BAM! A bunch of shaking, and then a lot of him being like, what is happening? And then like the entire like the other half of the episode where he's not at all reading. He's not reading at all. And it's like, okay, that's an interesting observation. So I think that he thought that he wanted to read all the time, and now he doesn't. He's like concerned about his survival and stuff. And it's only until like the end of the episode when he almost like shoots, like he takes a revolver and shoots stuff out of his brain. It shoots the knowledge out of his brain. He almost does that, and it takes looking at a library, and okay, you didn't dedicate yourself enough to reading. You know, I'm looking at this guy in the second half. I'm like, you said so much that you wanted to read, but now you're just looking around and you're noticing that you're alone and all your problems are gone, but now you have new problems and you're like, oh wow, I gotta deal with the fact that now I'm alone. Oh no, I'm alone, I'm alone. You're focusing on being alone before reading, and reading's like a second thought. And it's like, oh my goodness, yes, I remember, I can read. And then he gets all the books. And here's my favorite part. He has all the books and he says his fun monologue where it's like, hey, yo, this is exactly in words. This is not a joke, actually. This is 100% real. What happens in this episode is that he says, hey, I have all this time. Oh my goodness gracious, I can't believe it. Wow, I can't believe I have all this time. And now it's time to read. I have many years of reading stuffs to read. And then he sits down, right? And then he shatters his glasses. And at this moment, I'm like, got him! Karma! It's karma because he didn't pay attention to the people around him. He didn't find an effective way to read that also works with his schedule. He's just always trying to find a way to read and get out of working, so he doesn't do both correctly. And this, as a result, is karma. Very karmatic. If I'm using that word wrong, let me know. But I do mean that, like, he definitely deserved it. He deserved what he got, which is broken glasses, no one to fix them, and now he's stuck in the Twilight Zone. I really remember when I first saw this episode really liking it, and upon rewatch, I also really like it too as well. Also, I like this episode. I really like the use of space. I like the use of things within the space. It's a whole set piece. I like it. Oh, it's a UPS driver. Do I have a package? Oh, is he stopping at me? That'd be cool if he did. Ah. Looks like he's not. I don't got a package. Dang it. You ever feel that? You're like looking at them and you'll be like, oh, this is my package here, and it's not your package. It's like, dang, I have to wait another day for my package. You probably relate. Anyway, so I really like the acting. Oh my goodness, the lead guy. His acting is mwah, mwah, mwah. I love his acting. It's great. It conveys everything that I want it to convey in this guy who is struggling through life, struggling to be able to read, and now he is struggling to read. I like this. So, I could talk about this all day, but I gotta have an end to this episode sometime. So, I gotta give this a solid 8 out of 10. I'm itsmintsalad and I saw Twilight Zone Season 1, Episode 9, Perchance to Dream. It is directed by Robert Florey, written by Charles Beaumont, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts, there's a guy who just goes into a doctor's office just like, oh, I'm very tired, and then he lays down. And then with the way that this episode is shot, basically, this guy gets right back up and he's trying to switch to this doctor. He's been up for 4 days and he's like, I have a heart condition. If I fall asleep, I'm gonna die. So I'm gonna stay up, making my heart worse and eventually dying when I do eventually fall asleep. And I'm just like, dude, you're thinking too much. You're thinking too much about you sleeping. What exactly do you got to be scared of? And like his story that he's telling the doctor is like, yeah, there's this lady and she's tempting me and I don't want to go back there. And I'm like listening to this guy and I'm like, dude, be okay with your dream. Like, I don't see what's wrong with your dream. And honestly, the doctor doesn't seem like that he knows what's wrong with his dream either. He's just like, and what's wrong with it? He's like, well, let me tell you another thing about my dream. And then it's like continue on further with his dream, and then it's weird. I don't understand what's the bad part about his dream, but he's like hyping himself up to stay up forever for all those nights. And then I really like this part because the entirety of the episode is him telling the doctor about what's happening with himself, and I pretty much already explained that. And then the fun part is when, like, oh, you know what, it's actually the receptionist. The chick in his dream looks like the receptionist. And he's like, oh my goodness, it's the receptionist. It's her. It's the chick in my dream. When like he leaves the office and then he like jumps out through the window down like several stories. And then I'm like, wait, is this a dream? Oh no, this was a dream. This was a dream. And he's actually, when he fell asleep, he just died. And I'm like, wow, that's hilarious. I really like the acting in this. Like, I like the guy's like frantic energy. He's just like frantically going all over the place. He's like, I can't go to sleep. I can't fall asleep. I can't fall asleep. And he's like that the entire time. And then we have that contrast in with the doctor. He's like really cool and calm and collected. He's like, wait, what's going on? What's this? What's this about what's happening? Also, I like the chick in that guy's dream. The chick, she's got like some really like killer cat eyeliner going on. It like goes to like her eyebrow, and it's like, wow, she looks foxy. I would see why this guy's like really scared of her. She's a foxy lady. Although, I personally wish there was like more described as to why he's imagining her. Maybe because he goes to the doctor's office all the time, and so it's like imagining her. But like, I still have some questions. I like this episode. This episode is like hilarious to me because this guy is just asleep the entire time. He's dreaming about all the things that are happening throughout the episode. So I like that episode premise. I guess it's not really supposed to make sense because it's this guy's dream. And this guy's dream isn't adhering to reality, so we're not following reality's rules here. So I guess whatever goes, I guess. I just, was that lady in your dream brandishing like a weapon of some kind? Like if you slept with her in the dream, then you're going to die in real life? You know, that part a little bit confused me. But otherwise, I find it really fun. This is a fun episode. Of course, this guy is not making sense. He's sleep deprived. So the acting's good. I really like the office that takes place in. It's really fun that this episode only takes place in like a couple of different settings. It takes place in the office, and that takes place in like this guy's dreamland. And like the stark differences between the two, like Dreamland is like a lot darker compared to the office, and the office is very well lit, and it's set up just enough where I'm like, yeah, I believe this is an office, and I like the little like knickknacks all over the place. That gives it the office a lot of personality. So I like this episode. This is a nice, fun episode. Honestly, I think I just gotta give it like a solid 7.9 out of 10. I'm inside and I saw the Twilight Zone Season 1, Episode 10, Judgment Night. It is directed by John Braun, written by Rod Serling, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts with seeing Carl Lasner, and he goes into a bar, and he's like, you know, I don't know how I even got here. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do. I don't even know I'm supposed to be here today. And I'm like, this is strange. So watching this episode made me feel a certain type of weird. I was like, I'm kind of confused, but you know, it's the Twilight Zone, so I know it's going to explain everything in the end. But like watching this, I was like, I'm curious about this guy. Like the way that the episode is set up, the way that he like talks to the guys at the bar and be like, oh wow, I can't believe it. I'm just kind of chilling here. Oh, I don't know what I do. I won't answer any questions. Like someone asks me, what do you do? And he just like does not say anything. But then like he has some knowledge, some ship knowledge, and it's interesting because he's like, oh, I'm gonna blurt out the ship knowledge, and then the captain calls him out on it. He's like, you seem like a guy who knows some stuff about ships. And then he's like, I don't know. And so at this point, I'm like, this is weird. I don't remember thinking anything particular about this guy at this point. I wasn't like thinking maliciously about him. I think I was just like, this guy has some sort of amnesia. Like he knows his name, and the episode at that point when I thought like, oh, maybe I don't know what's up with him, the episode explains it. Oh, there's a lady that goes up to him and he's explaining the situation to the lady, and she's like, oh, you have some sort of amnesia? Yeah, I've experienced some deja vu. It's not deja vu. I know who I am. And he starts like breaking down and freaking out. And at this point, I'm like, okay, so amnesia. Weird. Okay, you're gonna go up to the captain after talking to this lady, and then the captain be like, oh, where's your passport? He's like, I don't have my wallet. Oh, it must be in my cabin. I don't get it. And also he's like freaking out about how the engines are just like stopped at like 12:05, and he's like, oh, at 1:15, that number sticks out in my mind a lot. 1:15, that's a very significant number. 1:15, 1:15, 1:15, and I'm like, you know, I get it. I've had those like things that happen in my head when it comes to like them sticking in my head. You know, this guy's like obsessed with 1:15. He's like, it keeps sticking in my head, and I'm like, I've felt that. It's relatable. It must mean something. If it sticks out in your head so much, it must mean something to you, and I get it. I just hope this guy is able to figure out what that means. I like how everything just kind of unfolds. It's all nice. It's like this guy's slowly coming to realize, oh, there's a U-bomber guy coming. There's a whole ship with a bunch of German ships coming. They're gonna get you. They're gonna get you. And he's like feeling a sense of impending doom. And I'm like, I mean, I get it. You're on a ship, and I thought it was PTSD. When he started like, you guys, we're all gonna die, you guys, come on, there's a guy there, they're all gonna shoot us, and he's like running through the hallways, he's like, guys, come on, please pay attention, where is everybody, I'm like, guy, please have some chill. Ooh, my boob was very dangerously close to coming out there. He also gets like mirage hallucinations, which is, I get it. He's like thinking he's talking to people, which he's thinking is warning people, and then he sees a bunch of people looking at him. He's like, why are you guys not listening to me? And then like they fade away. It's like it was a whole hallucination that was going under. So that's why it made me think of he's suffering some sort of PTSD attack. And then like, wow, there's actually a dude. There's actually some bombers there, and they start shooting up the place, and then everyone's like, oh my goodness, wow, I can't believe it, there's some dudes shooting at us, and then he's like, oh wow, I can't believe it, oh, we're gonna be shot at, oh wow, this was actually happening, this thing actually happened, and I'm like, oh, sad. Man, this is a thing, this is an episode of a Twilight Zone where something does happen. I've seen a lot of Twilight Zone episodes where something doesn't like happen. And so I'm like expected to think that nothing's gonna happen, because that's what my original thought was when I was watching this episode. Oh, nothing's gonna happen. Something did happen, and that happened, and then the ship sinks. There's a shot to a guy reminiscing about the actions that happened when he did the shooty to shoot. He shot them down. And he's like, you know, do you think we're damned from God? Do you think that we relive this hell for eternity over and over and over again? Is that what hell is? And like, it's actually frickin' Carl from German place, frickin' I forget what it's called, it starts with an F. Freudenschneischol? Nailed it. This Carl guy is being talked to, and the Carl guy's like, oh, you believe in God? Ha ha ha, you believe in hell? Ha ha ha. And it actually shows that he's suffering. He's experienced this day many times in eternal hell because he was a Nazi German naval officer, and he now experiences this hell that he created for this innocent, not giving them a warning at all, ship. And they all died as a result. And he was like, we don't need a warning. Who cares about them? They're the bad guy. And it's like not being human at all. And I really like the end part where it does show that he's a guy. He's a German soldier and he deserves to be in hell. And I'm like, yes, this is cool. You built your own hell. That's what the monologue was. You built your own hell. You build your own hell. You know, good men only die once, but if you live in hell, you die all the time. You relive your death all the time. And I'm like, yeah, this is me watching this episode. By the end of it, I'm like, yeah, hi, go the heck guy, who cares about you guy, go the heck guy. And I enjoyed it. I really like the camera movement and the blocking a lot. Like, it was a big combination. Like, the camera movement, it was like, it really accommodated for like the depth of field of a lot of shots. And I really liked how the actors moved within the shots and within like the camera movement well. So it was like a combination of the camera movement. You had to accommodate for the camera movement when you planned the acting blocking shots, and it worked out very well, and I really liked that. There was a lot of that in this episode. And also, I liked how this guy was freaking out. It made me happy. There was a lot of good hallway shots. I like the hallway shots. I like the shots of him running throughout the ship. And it made me think of like, oh wow, this ship's like really big. This is a really big ship. So the fact that these German dudes couldn't just have a tiny little ship and like destroy everybody is even horrendous, terrifying. There's women and children on this ship. They're terrible people. And I just like the outcome of this episode. The acting's great on everybody's part. I was very enthralled, entranced in this episode, and I definitely liked it a lot. The subject of boats, naval stuff, I liked it. I like this episode. It's not like my favorite, but like I like it. I like this episode. If you're a fan of boats, this is the episode of the Twilight Zone I would recommend to you. So I gotta give this episode like a solid, it's like a 7 point. It's like a 7.9 out of 10. I'm inside and I saw the Twilight Zone Season 1, Episode 11, and When the Sky Was Open. It is directed by Douglas Hayes, written by Rod Serling, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts and you see a man. He's like, oh boy, I'm befuddled, okay? We have this guy, Ed Harrington. Where is he? Why does no one remember him? Why am I the only one that remembers him? And then it flashbacks to him hanging out with them, so I know that he's not crazy, and he's there. But you know what the symptoms were before no one started thinking about him again? Okay, no one even knows who he is because he doesn't exist anymore, because he feels like he shouldn't have been there in the first place. Well, why is that? Well, okay, these three homies were part of the spacecraft, experimental spacecraft that went up in the air and then crash landed in the desert, and then now they're here. Two of them were not injured, and then one of them has like a broken leg or whatever. So this is the start of the episode, and immediately I'm confused. I'm like, oh boy, I'm not sure what the outcome of this episode is, but I'm intrigued. Like, by the time, like, there's this guy who's like Ed Harrington, and then I know who Ed Harrington is, at that point I'm like, oh boy, what happened? Why is Ed Harrington gone? Is it because he was in the spacecraft? And then like the episode kind of progresses further and further to like my thoughts are more so like oh boy, we now have established that Ed Harrington is completely wiped out of existence, and we have this colonel guy. He's like freaking out. He's like going through glass doors, breaking through glass doors, saying, Harrington, Harrington, where are you, Harrington, Harrington, where is Harrington? I demand Harrington now. And everyone's like, who is Harrington? He's like, I want to see Harrington, I want to see Harrington. And I'm like, oh boy, this guy really wants to see Harrington. I hope he finds him. And he doesn't. You know why? Because he goes to the freaking bar, he sees Harrington, Harrington is like in the bar. The moment when she starts to disappear, he's like, I don't feel like I'm supposed to be here, and then he freaking walks away. This freaking colonel guy's like, oh, you need a stiff drink, I'm gonna walk away. And then goes, he's like, oh, where's my friend's drink? The bar's like, who is this guy? And then he starts freaking out, and then he goes to the place where Harrington was at. He's not there, but then freaking Colonel Man breaking through the glass door, going into the bar again, and he sees frickin' Harrington is not there, and he's chilling in the place in which Harrington was, and then he's like, okay, I have an idea. And I'm like, okay, hit me up with your idea. His idea is to go to his mate who is also in the spacecraft with him, and he's like, yo, dude, this guy existed. And of course, I really don't like how the guy doesn't remember him. But, you know, it's the Twilight Zone, that's it. It makes me feel unsettled. I'm like, oh man, I hope this guy is truly alone, and I can feel to that. It scares me to be truly alone. So it's not so much like a story thing that I don't like it. It's good when a story makes me feel, oh boy, I hope I'm not alone like that someday. It's real good. You know, also, I really like the part in which he's like, oh, well, I'm starting to feel the thing. I'm starting to feel these feelings that my freaking Harrington friend felt. And I'm like, oh boy, he's gonna disappear too. And then, this broken leg man, he's like, but don't, wait, hold on, he needs help. And he like runs, he has a broken leg. And I'm like, oh no, his leg's, don't run in your leg. I know you think it's important. He's about to go chase after him, and he doesn't see him, but the nurse is coming up, and the nurse helps him to the bed, and he's like, oh no, And I'm just thinking, looking at his face, it's kind of like, oh my goodness, oh, he's kind of terrified. I'm thinking, like, his thought process is like, oh, you know, since he kept talking about a guy who existed, and was, had, like, a guy who existed, and was describing the feelings that that guy described to him, and then that your pal that you saw had the same things, he was talking about the same things that he was talking about the friend who doesn't exist, and then he's like, oh wow, the newspaper kept changing from like 3 people in the crash to 2 people in crash, and he sees like, oh, lone person in crash. He's like, oh wow, my friend doesn't exist anymore, and I'm not about to exist. And also I really like, oh well, he doesn't exist anymore, we gotta give his room, we have an empty room, it holds 3 beds, give him to the malaria people. And then like the monologue is like, you know, the people who are there also don't exist, okay? Don't ask questions. Don't ask any questions, because if you do, you might end up in a situation in which you might end up not existing. And then no one will know who you are at all. It felt like a threat. I liked it. This is a good episode. The episode ending was pretty wild. I saw it, I was like, oh jeez, well, they're just gone. What's the resolution? They're gone. These people just simply disappeared. And I'm like, what? Where'd they go? They're gone. Doesn't matter. That's the end of the episode. If you ask any more questions, you will end up into the Twilight Zone. It's a threat. I felt threatened, Rod Serling. Dang you. How about I go vigilate your grave for this crime against humanity, this threat. I feel personally threatened. Okay, I'm gonna go vigilate your grave. What does vigilate mean? Is that a word? There's a lot of tension in this episode. I felt my eyes were glued the entire time to the screen, and I was like, oh geez, what's happening? I hope this guy understands his life. I hope he gets a handle on his life. So yeah, I like the actors acting. Man, the Twilight Zone has such great actors. I feel like every time I get to this part of the review where I talk about like the acting and my favorite part about it, it's always the same because it's always so good. It's always so good. There's like, I don't feel like I catch all the things that are good about the Twilight Zone, but like the sets, the set design, I like how like populated everything is. It makes me feel like I'm in a place that's like lived in. And also they're such good actors and actresses, like the nurse. Oh, she's hot. I liked her. She's like, what are you talking about? Sir, what are you talking about? Who is he? It's like, oh geez, terrifying. And you know, it was fun. It was a fun episode. And also, I got this at Spirit Halloween, and this is a real stethoscope. Like, I can hear my heart and everything. Wow, I can't believe I'm listening to my heart. This has nothing to do with the Twilight Zone. I just wanted to show this. Anyway, I liked this episode a lot. It made me have, I think the ending was pretty bonkers for me, and I really liked it when the episode ended in a pretty bonkers way, and I want to see more of it. So, I like this episode a lot. I gotta give it a solid 8 out of 10. I'm itsmintsalad, and I saw the Twilight Zone Season 1, Episode 12. It is directed by Alvin Ganzer, written by Rod Serling, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode is pretty straightforward. We have a guy, a peddler type man. He's like, I got a bunch of stuff. You're going around in this bar. He's like, I got a bunch of stuff. You got what you want? You got what you need? Something? You need something? You want something over here? Look at all this stuff that I got. You know, look at all this stuff. I have all of it. You should have all of it. I have all of it. You should have all of it. And so I have none of it. And of course, I do like how we have a lot of people be like, no, we're good. We don't have anything. There's nothing there we need. And he's like, ooh, I have something you need. Ooh. He gives people various things. He in particular gives this one guy. This one guy, he's like sitting alone at the bar. He's like, oh, what do you need? And he's like, oh, I don't know what I'll need. I'll show you what you need. You need some scissors. He's like, I don't need scissors. You're a scam artist. I don't need scissors. I don't need them at all. And of course, this freaking doofus, what a doofus, goes into the elevator. Sweater gets caught in the elevator. It's going down. And he's like, oh no, my sweater's caught in the elevator. Oh no, the elevator doors or whatever. Oh no, whatever shall I do? Oh, good thing I have scissors. Oh, it is what I needed after all. Oh, Fred be like, that's his name, by the way. Fred be like, oh wow, I can't believe I'm gonna go to that guy again. Hey, dude, you seem like you want to help me out. Do you want to give you what I need all the time? And of course he's like, oh yeah, I do got what you need, and it's a leaky fountain pen. What do I do with a leaky fountain pen? Oh, and I'm like, dude, stop freaking out before you know what it's needed for. Okay, this guy is annoying, and I'm like, I don't like this guy immediately. Come on, stop, just chill out, stop pestering this guy. You're taking advantage of him pretty easily. It's like the leaky fountain lands on like a horse. He bets on that horse, makes a lot of money, and he's like, oh, I have this evil scheme. I'm gonna make all the money with this guy's help because he's gonna give me what I need, you know? And like, I do like how he literally assumes that what you need is going to work all the time. And not just once, which I really like. I really like how he starts freaking out. He's like, oh no, the fountain pen isn't leaking anymore. Wow, I can't believe it. How am I supposed to make amounts of money? I'm like, got him. You know, what you need comes a few times, okay? I mean, you don't need something all the time. You don't need things all the time. Like, I'm curious as to why he needed that pen. To make that much money so he can be like, oh, I'm gonna use you, ah ha ha. But it is that guy's decision ultimately to be terrible, to abuse this guy's power. And I do like how this guy is like, I'm gonna stand up for myself. No, I don't have what you need. You only need what you have once. You only need what you need once, and then that's it. And I'm like, wow, that's crazy. I guess that makes sense. Like food, like if I need food, I only need food once and then I'm good. And then later I'll need food. But like I'll only need this thing once for a while. Like the case of the leaky pen. It only really works like once, kind of, and then, you know, it stopped. He's like, I'm gonna throw it. And it's like, what if the leaky pen gets leaky again? That was also my thought. Like, why did you decide to throw it? It could have got, your luck could have gotten better. But he's shown to have no patience. He has, like, he's just terrible, okay? He's all the qualities you don't want a person to be. He's, like, arrogant. He's like, oh, I can do it all by myself. And I don't need anyone's help except for your help. And I'm going to abuse your help because I don't need anybody's help or something. So I'm gonna get rich by myself. Amazing. He just wants to get rich. He's really, I don't like this guy. I don't like him at all. I do like how it's like, oh, what you need is a pair of shoes. He puts on a pair of shoes without even assuming, oh, it's a pair of shoes for me. No, he's just gonna put on the pair of shoes. Oh, it's too tight and it's too slippery. Well, I guess I'll somehow make it work for me. And I'm like, no! If that's not what you need, then you don't need that. It's just trash to you. Throw it out. Throw it out. Oh my goodness. But no. What he does instead is like, I'm gonna get you, old man, because you're not gonna get me what I need. You're so willing to help other people out, even though they're like, yeah, sure, thanks. Cool, I guess. Oh wow, I can't believe it. This is actually what I needed. This freaking Fred guy be like, ah! And then later be like, oh, I need this. Let me get more things that I need. And then react the same way every time he gets something that he needs. He's always like, no, how could I possibly need this? Is it raining? I just got water on my eye. And I hope it didn't mess up my eyeliner. Anyway, so it seems like it's about to rain. Fun. That is what I needed, is rain. So, I like this review. I do like how freaking Fred gets hit by a car. He gets what he needs, death. He needed to die. He needed to die. He did not need to exist. I like it. I like the ending. The ending is like, aha, you got him, you get wrecked, guy. And like, it's just like, it ends on like a shot of like his shoes. I'm like, yes, you're dead. Got him, get wrecked. I really like the acting. I I really like the sets that they're in. I like the bar a lot. I do like the different types of people there are in this episode, and like the different types of reactions to the guy giving stuff to people that they need. Like, you got like, oh, okay, I guess I'll take this, or I'm not sure what this is for, but okay, I'll take it, to, okay, sure, to, oh, why am I, you know, all those reactions occur, so it's fun. I like this episode. It's raining and I don't want to stand out here and ruin my makeup, so I'm gonna give this episode like a solid 8 out of 10. I'm Salad and I saw the Twilight Zone episode 13, The Four of Us Are Dying. It is directed by John Brahm, written by Rod Serling, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode follows Arch Hammer, and oh boy, he seems a little bit hammered. Badum ching. I like this guy's power already. He can change his face. He can change his face to match a guy who died. He's, first of all, he has all these clippings of obituaries, and my first thought was, oh boy, did he murder these people? And now he's like impersonating their faces for whatever reason. You know, my mind went straight to murder, but no, actually, he impersonates, first of all, he starts impersonating this trumpet guy who is also being a trumpet. This trumpet head has a girlfriend who's hot. Mwah! Very attractive. I can see why freaking Hammer be like, oh, well, I want to hook up with this girl. He changes his face, looks at her with his face on his face, and be like, hey, yeah, I'm your boyfriend. I'm your guy. And she be like, oh my goodness, ah! And then they have a little bit of a kiss-oo. He'd be like, oh, I gotta leave town. I am a fan. I'm just, dude, why are you leaving town? You got a girl. She's sad. I'm sad. It seems everyone else is sad because they lost their friend and you're impersonating their friend. And then their brains are exploding because they don't know how to comprehend that they're seeing their dead friend. And he leaves the bar. He gets caught by one of the band dudes, a trumpet dude. They talk. He be like, oh, hey, pal. Hey, it's been a long time. I thought you died. And he actually switched his face to get out of the situation. And I was like, oh man, this is sad. He went up to this guy expecting this to be his friend. False hope. Part of the mourning experience. He has to accept that his friend is dead. But he didn't. He's like, oh, maybe there's some hope that my friend's alive. Nope. Your friend's dead. Cry. Let cry. Cry me a river. I like his decision-making process. Oh, next up, I gotta pick a guy. Oh, I'm gonna read up on him. Oh, he was murdered. And money was taken from him. What if I went to the guy that did the murders? And I'm like, yes, do that. And so he does do that. And it seems like the guy that had him murdered, his eyes be like wide. They're like, oh, and I'm loving it. He gets the money, he pockets it, and he like leaves. And then also a bunch of guys go after him, and there's a bunch of guys chasing him, and he's in a pickle. He's like, I gotta change my face. Goes, looks behind him. Oh wow, I'm gonna change my face into this guy. And then he changes his face into this boxer man. Coast is clear, right? I'm thinking, man, this guy, I wonder how many banks he's robbed. How many times he's gotten away with it. Man, he's really good at this. He's good at changing his face. Although it seems like his power is he has to concentrate. I mean, he does also say this, but he has to look at a face and then think about changing his face, and then his face is changed. And I like that limitation. It kind of grounds him, so he's not like OP, like, oh, what if I thought of Beyonce and changed my face to that? I was also thinking, could he change his face to women faces? Does he have limited face changes? I mean, I do like, he only exhibits 4 faces that he's chosen. I wonder if he could choose more. I mean, the dialogue says he can choose his face however he pleases, but I'm actually curious how many times he's changed his face. You know, just a little thought that I had while watching this episode. A strange old man approaches him. He'd be like, I don't know who you are. I'm supposed to recognize you? This is heart-wrenching. Is that the word? Heartbreaking. This broke my heart. Like, you don't recognize me? I'm your father. He doesn't say it like that. He says it more pithy. But, you know, you get the message. Man, he really messed up. Oh boy, he should have been like, oh man, I don't remember who you are, man. I mean, he did do that, and it didn't work, actually. There's no getting out of this. And so his fucking father of the face that he's wearing on his face hates him, and he's in a pickle. I love it. I'm a big fan. Ultimately, he gets into more hijinks, but my favorite thing is when the father returns. He's in a he's in, what is it called, a hallway when it's outside, an alleyway? He's like on the street or whatever. People are chasing him. He's like, hey, bro, I'm not your son. I can change. Let me freaking prove it to you. I'm not your son. I gotta concentrate. And then he gets shot, and then his face does all the warbly things, 4 faces, and then his face, and that's the end of the episode. I like this one. I like seeing this con man go down. I'm very curious as to how many times he's done this. I've already mentioned that. That's already something that I've already mentioned. But if you like this episode, let me know what your favorite part of this episode is. I'd love to hear it in the comments below. Honestly, I really like the settings. I like the 4 different actors. I felt like they were one people. They were one person. They fit very well with each other. I was convinced that these 4 different people were one person. I thought it was great. Yay! So I gotta give this episode, it's a great 7.5. It's a solid 7.5 out of 10. I'm in Salad, and I saw The Twilight Zone, episode 14. It is directed by Richard L. Baird, teleplay by Rod Serling, and it's based on Third from the Sun by Richard Matheson. If you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts with following Sturka. I like this beginning shot. It's just showing the plan, but it's showing the fence, right? And the fence has a thing that says no smoking beyond this point. And we see Sturka is leaving the line. A bunch of people are leaving this line, and then immediately when he leaves the fence is to have a little bit of smoke. Establishing this guy's character already. And then a guy comes up to him, starts talking to him. Hey, I heard that a life is going to end in 48 hours. He didn't say it exactly as blatant as I did, but he said it in more of a, in a way where every sentence that he says, it unveils more, but also leaves more questions at the same time. I'm thinking while I'm watching this conversation happen in front of me, I'm just thinking, oh man, I hope something bad isn't going to happen in 48 hours. Maybe is there going to be an alien invasion? That was my first thought. Maybe aliens. But you know, something terrible is happening. And then when Sturka goes home, he goes to his house. His wife notices. His daughter Jody notices something is up. Apparently, people are talking about something is up in the air. They can just feel it. And something is in the air. And so as soon as she said that, I was just thinking, oh, there must be some sort of alien still, or some sort of mutually assured destruction. But the way that he describes his job, when Jody asks him about his job, he's like, oh, you know, for each part of this bomb, it's like 1,000 parts, and each part is 50 or 60 people have to work on it, so maybe I'm not as responsible as I think I am. I'm just, dude, you're coping. I'm just thinking, this guy is big cope. This guy has big cope energy. I love it. I'm a big fan. I want to see him cope further, try to convince his family to come with him, which they do agree to, because they don't want to die. I do like the eve of tomorrow. Right, in the narration, the eve of tomorrow. This is the eve of tomorrow. Also, I should mention, just kind of skipping forward now that I'm thinking about the eve of tomorrow. The end says this is the eve of the beginning. And I'm just like, yes! I love that phrase, but I'll explain a little bit more what that means later in this review. We got plans to leave. We gotta go to the spaceship. Oh yeah, there's a spaceship. His friend Jerry works at a spaceship, and they've been bribing people. They've been paying off people to have this spaceship clear. Okay, first of all, I'm curious if they're bribing the people to keep the spaceship clear. That makes me wonder if the people who they've bribed have had the thought of wonder why they're going to space. Because they could be going to space for either like casual reasons, or they're not understanding what's happening until it's like too late and they're already on the ship. And they're like, oh man, they had the big brain idea to steal the ship before the place blew up. Also, there's this guy. His name's Carling. I totally forgot to mention at the very beginning, when we have Sturka is smoking a cigarette and the guy comes up to him and starting to talk to him. He's the guy that warns, is like, hey, this is gonna be 48 hours. 48 hours! Something is happening, maybe sooner. And then, of course, Sturka has to show his opinion, say his words out loud, and then Carling be like, hey, you watch it. I thought that was a threat. I was wondering, maybe there's people listening. Maybe there's a bunch of spies everywhere. Maybe we're supposed to keep quiet about this bomb thing about to happen. I'm just curious. Also, I do like how Sturka goes to talk to Jerry in this kind of an office place. It seems to be some sort of basement that they're in. But I gotta fix the watch. Oh, turn on the watch machine. And then we discuss our plans. But freaking Carling is there. Ah, dude, he's gonna mess everything up. So of course, we have the fam. We have Jerry's fam. We're all packed up. We're about to leave. We're about to go to this place. And then Carling shows up. Hey, I know what you're about to do, essentially. I was just thinking, oh man, they have already established in the episode that someone is overhearing every word that they say. Okay? And then you decide to speak openly in your house, thinking it's safe, but someone's still listening. Clearly someone is, because Carling is here. And I'm thinking that Carling just overheard everything that they said. Overheard everything. And knows what the plan is. They're going to the gate. They leave early. They go to the gate. Who's there? Carling's there. Has a gun on them. Hey, go back now. Of course, there's 5 people in the car, and Carling gets tooketh. But then the military is alerted. Everyone's trying to get him while they go for the ship, and then they get on the ship. I like the fighting. They kick a couple people down, and then they get into the ship. And I was thinking at this point, oh boy, I'm about to see them take off. I'm about to see them struggle to take off, right? No, actually. Instead, they're already in space, and they're coming upon the planet. And here's the twist, okay? Twist. Remember when I said eve of tomorrow, and I also liked eve of the beginning? Remember when I said that earlier? Well, here's where that line is said, the second part of that line, eve the beginning. I liked that. But here's the twist. Here's the twist that I was not expecting. They go upon this planet. Oh, look at this. You see the star? It's real bright. They're still really far away from the planet, I guess. They still see the star, and they're describing the planet, and it's the third from the sun, and there's a place called Earth. I thought these guys were on Earth the entire time, but they're not. They look like Earthlings. They look so human, but no, it's another planet. Oh boy, that ending, I was just thinking, oh man, I love that ending so much. It's such a twist. I was not expecting it at all whatsoever. Aw, man. I'm a big fan. I'm such a big fan of this episode. You can probably tell by how much I've talked about it in depth. I love this episode. Oh man, I was not expecting the twist at all. The acting is so good. Just the subtle face acting, the eye acting, the gulping, licking your lips, like to show anxiety. Everyone in this is super anxious. And you know what adds to the anxiety? The Dutch angles. So many Dutch angles. Just all of the Dutch angles in the world until we get to the spaceship. I'm going to the spaceship. We don't have any Dutch angles in the spaceship. Or like once we encounter Earth, then the angle gets like flatter because we're at ease now. But up until then, it's all Dutch angles, baby. There's so much tension, so much stress. I feel stressed watching this episode. But I'm glad that they're safe. And so I gotta give this episode a solid, it's a solid 8.5 out of 10. I'm inside and I saw the Twilight Zone episode 15. I shot an arrow into the air and right back into the dog that is barking behind me. It is directed by Stuart Rosenberg, the story by Madeline Champion, teleplay by Rod Serling, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. Good boy, stop barking. During my previous takes of taking that intro, there was a dog barking the entire time. Oh yeah, dogs. I shot an arrow into the air. Madeline Champion. There's a lot of animals out here. This episode starts with following a spacecraft going up into space. It go up in the air. But, uh-oh, don't know where it went. It went off the radar. What happened to it? I'm just thinking, oh boy, since I've seen this episode 3 times, actually. I've seen this episode a lot. But I rewatched this, and I was like, oh boy, I know the twist. But when I first watched it, I was like, oh boy, where did they go? Did they go on some sort of asteroid or something? And then it cuts to them in a rocky place, a very, very rocky place. I'm like, oh no, where'd they go? Asteroids, is this rocky? Oh boy, you know, I've never really been on an asteroid before. So I wouldn't know how rocky they are. If you've ever been on an asteroid, please let me know in the comments below. If they are indeed rocky, thank you. There's a bunch of dudes just here. Half of them are dead. One of them is injured. And 3 of them can stand up. We have the crew members of this fallen ship. Donlin is the commanding officer of this ship. He is taking charge. Pearson and Corey are fighting. Corey is very self-interested. He just wants to survive. Pearson is like, how can I help? How can I help just ease the suffering of this injured man who is sick, who is dying? Corey, thinking about his water, is so angry with the thought of giving this injured man water. Corey, that's not a good thing. First of all, I completely agree. Corey, why give a sick man, very sick, he is dying, he has some sort of sickness, he's not getting any better. Maybe he's dying from stress, maybe it's from dehydration, but I agree with you, Corey, to not give that man water, because water is very precious. That is, if you want to die alone in any way, if you want to stay together with somebody, you gotta include everyone, you know? Corey, now that I think about it, Corey, I don't think you want everyone around you to be alive. Doesn't seem like that. You just keep on fighting with Pearson, and wow, this sick man dies. And it's getting cold at night with the fire. Ooh, fire. Oh no, is there anywhere we could see? If there's anything? Whew. Nailed it. It is nighttime. Pearson and Corey were sent to find things, and then Corey come back, and Corey have many more water than he had before. Pearson, I don't know where he went, says Corey. He's not telling Donlin the full truth. Donlin, he's big, his brain is big, and so he immediately suspects Corey. Corey, fine, I did see him dead. I saw him dead. Come on, I saw him dead. I found him, saw him dead. I swear I saw him dead. And guess what? Donlin doesn't accept this response because this is terrible. This is a terrible thing to do to someone. So you know what happens instead? Take me to where you saw him. And now they have to walk all the way back. And wow, Pearson moved. Wow, Pearson is dying. Dying of thirst? Pearson is just laying there. He's being cooked because now it is daytime again. Unfortunately, Donlin is like, dude, he literally fell and you left him to just right here and die? Just like bake? Like an oven? Like we're in an easy bake oven? It's easy to bake because the sun is hitting us directly. Very rocky. Very rocky hills. Corey, very selfish. I want the rest of your water. I'm in the right. I'm gonna shoot you, Donlin, and then now there's 2 dead bodies. Also, this frickin' Pearson guy had a message. He left it in the sand. It was like some T with like 2 horizontal lashes through it. I was thinking, oh boy, what could that mean? Is it doubly Christ? Uh-oh, that's concerning, right? Well, Corey goes up the hill. He walks up the hill. And guess what he sees? Power lines! Also, many miles to Nevada. Actually, it's Reno specifically. I forget how many miles was on the board. Hey, Jess, could you put where the picture was? A little screenshot of what it said. The miles to Reno. They're literally in California/Nevada. Corey is going to prison for life. I really like this episode. Also, the ending monologue, I love it. I don't remember it word for word, but basically, it is, if you shoot an arrow up into space, where does it land? Lands back down to Earth. It didn't land on an asteroid, it landed back down to Earth. This is fun to watch. I've watched it 3 times, and each time I enjoy just rewatching it. It's such a great episode. This is definitely one of my favorite Twilight Zone episodes. I have not seen that many before starting to review the Twilight Zone. But when I start to watch ones that I haven't seen before, you know, I think I'll have a new list of favorite Twilight Zone episodes. Like, I've seen a few. I've definitely mentioned when I have seen a Twilight Zone episode whenever I do have seen it. This is my favorite out of the old Twilight Zone episodes I've already seen before starting the series. A lot of asterisks. I really like this one. I gotta give this one. I really like just being out in the open. It feels hot. The way that they speak, when they speak words, there's so much meaning within the words that they speak. There's like a full description of what they're feeling like at that moment, and also the environment around them when they speak dialogue to each other. I really like that a lot. I gotta give this episode a solid 8.7 out of 10. I'm Inside and I saw the Twilight Zone episode 16, The Hitchhiker. It is directed by Alvin Ganzer, teleplay by Rod Serling. It's based on The Hitchhiker by Lucille Fletcher. And if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode, we're following Nan, and she's on a road trip from Pennsylvania. And she's going to the West Coast. In Pennsylvania, she loses her tire. And the mechanic be like, hey, that's weird. How are you alive? And of course, she's spooked out by it. Now, I'm thinking at this point in the episode, why is the mechanic so surprised that she's alive? She's alive. Like, bro, why are you surprised she's alive? Did you Did you want her to die? Honestly? She is spooked, obviously. She's confused. I'm confused. And of course, she goes on driving. She keeps on going west. And when she goes west, she sees a strange hitchhiker just constantly along her route. Every time she drives, there's like a hitchhiker like, hey, thumbs up. And then she drives by them, and then she goes forward, and somehow the hitchhiker is still there. And so I'm thinking, is just some magical hitchhiker who wants her to pick him up? Like, what is going on here? What is happening? You know what I love about this particular episode? Just how much she drives, how many people she encounters, and how weird she acts when she encounters them. She's like, oh yeah, I'm just kind of on my own, and she seems very suspicious of everyone who's trying to help her out. But of course, she still keeps seeing this hitchhiker as she drives along. She reaches New Mexico. She runs out of gas. She's like, ah, dang it. Where am I gonna find gas? I have to get gas. Well, she goes to this gas station, and I've never seen a gas station that will refuse service to anyone. At night, it's closed? How is a gas station how are the pumps closed? I think I've only been to, in like my million gas stations I've been to across America. I'm definitely exaggerating. I've been to a lot of gas stations, and only like a couple are closed. And it's because they don't have any gas or something. And wow, the clerk isn't there, and the pumps are weird. I don't trust this pump at all. I'm gonna go. But this lady is so unlucky. How is she this unlucky? Oh my goodness. Nan encounters the sailor just in the middle of the street at this gas station. How did he get there? How did he get there? Oh, he's coming from San Diego, but how did he get there? I'm just thinking, what? Who cares? What does matter though is Nan offers him a ride because he's also trying to go back out west. And I'm like, okay, interesting. Well, while she drives, she encounters the hitchhiker again. And there's a sailor there who doesn't see the hitchhiker. And so her first thought is, every time she sees a hitchhiker, she gets anxious to the point where she's trying to hit him off the road, but the sailor doesn't see this. And the sailor's just like, what is this erratic driving? Please stop. Stop the car. Explain yourself. Well, I keep seeing a hitchhiker, and I just figured that I'll try to hit him. And that's crazy, lady. That's insane. Of course the sailor doesn't want to be in the car with you again. Right. The sailor leaves, and then she drives on over more to the west. And she's found gas at this point, which is why she was able to take the sailor. She goes to a payphone. She's gonna call for her mother, and the mother is not there because she's in the hospital. Why is she in the hospital? I'm thinking, oh no, the mother is dead. Oh no, the mom isn't actually dead. She just had a panic attack after her daughter died. And here's the big reveal, right? Pan has been dead. She died in that original accident back in Pennsylvania when she had a flat tire. She was supposed to die then, and the hitchhiker comes up and is like, hi, by the way, I'm supposed to help you go to the afterlife. Come with me if you want to die. I was about to say come with me if you want to live, but actually she's not alive. She's been driving from her death the entire time, and it's fun seeing that now she has a peaceful rest in Arizona, Tucson, Arizona. And I want to go to Tucson. I don't know what's in Tucson, actually. Let me know what's in Tucson, what's some fun things to do in Tucson. Definitely not die. That would be sad. Like, Pan died in Tucson or Pennsylvania. It depends how you look at this. Do you think Pan died truly in Pennsylvania or in Tucson, where she eventually was like, fine, I'm dead. I get it. I'm dead. I accept my death. Let me know in the comments below. This is very important. This episode's a very fun one. I enjoy the tension, the panic that Pan's under. I can feel her panic. I could feel that she's running away from something. I'm not exactly sure why she's driving from the from the East Coast to the West Coast. I'm not sure why, but she does die. And I'm just thinking, no, this is sad. What if I died in a car crash, which is most likely to happen because accidents happen all the time because of cars, and I wouldn't be the one I wouldn't be the one hitting people because I watch the road. But other people don't watch the road, okay? Some other drivers are my worst enemy on the road. I've had almost a head-on collision because someone was driving in the wrong lane. And luckily, I swerved just enough time to get the heck out of the way and make sure he didn't hit me in the head of the car. So yeah, car accidents are dangerous and scary. Any car accident stories you got, let me know in the comments below. I like this episode a lot. I gotta give it a solid 8 out of 10. I'm inside and I saw the Twilight Zone episode 17, The Fever. It is directed by Robert Florey, written by Rod Serling, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts when we're following Franklin and Flora. Flora is like, you know we're at a casino? Let's try a couple of things. Let's try a couple of slots, right? We have Franklin over here. Gambling's bad. It's the devil's work. Right? And I'm just thinking, oh boy. What will happen in this episode? Franklin is so against Flora doing one little slot where she loses. But Franklin encounters this machine because someone swindles him into trying it out, and then he gets some money. He's like, oh, I won! And so they go back to their hotel. And by the way, as somebody who's been to Vegas hotels are very cheap. I'm talking $20 to $40 a night, because if there's a casino there, you're going to spend all your money at the casino. Big money maker. So if you don't use the casino and you go to a casino in Vegas, go for the ones that are like $20 to $40 a night. They'll say $20 to $40 a night, but actually they'll charge you $80 to $100 a night because taxes reasons, but they never include the tax price. But yeah, ridiculously cheap Vegas hotels. I love it. I just wanted to say that. Also, they got this massive hotel room. Like, whoa, I wonder how much that costs. Like, in the 60s? Well, it probably cost $100 maybe. I don't know what inflation is. If how much it would be cost now, maybe $500 a night. Man, this guy seems to be pretty well off based on the size of his hotel room. And also, the chips, they're beckoning him. Spend us! Earn more money, make more money, gamble more. They're beckoning him. He's like, okay, you know what? I gotta put these back. He's telling his wife, I gotta put these back because these are demonic. And I'm just like, dude, you're literally doing your whole speech about how you hate gambling and you're about to gamble. You're trying to tell yourself, oh, it's the demon. You gotta exercise the demon out of these coins. And of course he gambles and he loses all his coins. And so, you know what he does? Instead of stopping and just being sad that he lost the coins that he gained, he should have just stopped when he was ahead. This is gambler's fallacy 101. I am not a gambler personally. I don't understand the need to just throw more money just because you won once. I feel like if I were at the gambling place, I'd be like, oh my goodness, I won. This is the only time that I'm gonna win because obviously this is rigged, so the house makes me feel that I'm going to win every time because I won this first time. But actually, that's how they hook you, right? This guy ends up writing 3 checks for a bunch of money. He spends all of his money. So much money. It's all for this big cash prize machine. Oh my goodness. And Flora's there. She's like, hey honey, it's been overnight. You've been at this for freaking hours. It's now in the morning. And Franklin is just devastated. He took my money! This monster took my money! He stole $1 from me! No, he stole tens of thousands from you, dude! This machine, why am I calling a machine a he? This machine stole so much money from you. The house always wins. They say that for a reason. People say that for a reason. The house always wins. Here is what I would do if I were a gambler, right? I have $100 set aside. I'm gonna lose $100. I play the $100. If I lose, bam, not gonna give any more money to them. But if I win $100, I take the $100 that I won and play the house's money. So I don't lose any money. I'm not gonna play my own money just cause, oh wow, I won. So I should give the house $100. No, you're supposed to take the win and just leave. I know it's gonna beckon you, it's gonna call you, oh, I could maybe win again, but that's rare. Just think about it. It's so rigged. How would the house make money? It's by hooking you into spending more of your money into their gambling system for a chance to win. Oh, I could win 10 grand. How much money did you spend to win that 10 grand? Now that's a real question. Of course, Franklin is upset. He's sad. He's back in his hotel room. And he hears this voice beckoning for him. Franklin! Franklin! And guess what it is? It's a friggin' machine! It's the machine that was put out of order because he pushed it over when he got mad. And he had to leave. Go back to his hotel room. And it's that same machine. And I'm like, what? How does this machine exist? How is this machine existing on its own? But then I realized, oh, it's like a metaphor. Or it is a metaphor, rather. My interpretation of the scene was that he is hearing this machine call his name, and he can't stand it. And so he accidentally backs out of the window and falls to his death. And if you've been to Vegas ever, you know how tall those hotels can get. So tall. Oh my goodness. So tall that none of the windows ever open. No windows open past the second floor. In my experience, just so devastating to see him fall like that. And now Flora's out of a husband because the husband was very mean to her about gambling, and this is what happens. This is the devil of gambling. Gambling will cause you to lose all your money, go insane, and then accidentally fall to your death. Facts. This is a pretty straightforward episode. However, the tension, the way that the shots are shot, and also it helps with the passage of time. Oh, I know how long it's been, and I know how long this guy's been at this machine for, and just seeing this guy just try over and over and over and over again, I'm just like, dude, you're not going to win. You're not going to win. This is how they get you. Wow, the casino made an amount of money that night. Congratulations, casino, you did it. Good job. Woohoo. Good job stealing that man's money. Amazing. I guess not stealing. He gave it to you willingly. But this is the devil that he was preaching against, and he's victim of it. Sad. Sad ending. But I really do like this episode a lot because it just reestablishes my belief of gambling, that gambling is bad and the house will always win. Well, gambling isn't necessarily bad, but it depends on how far you go, how far you're willing to go, how much money you're willing to spend in order to win. But if you win, you might not win the money that you spent anyway. So I'm just saying, do you have any gambling stories of your own where you lost a ton of money or you won a ton of money? Let me know in the comments below. Personally, I've never even gambled before, but the earliest time I was in a casino was actually in Vegas when I was 9. You can just walk through the casinos, even if you're a child. I have lots of cigarette smoke in my memories of Vegas when I was younger, holding my breath because I heard secondhand smoke is worse than smoking cigarettes themselves. So I'll just be holding my breath while walking through Fremont Street. Yeah, that's the street with all the colorful lights and the zip line. Not the main strip, but the other one. Heart Attack Grill is actually there. Also, Heart Attack Grill, totally unrelated to this episode. But if you ever go there, you gotta eat all your food, or else they're gonna spank you. Or you can unintentionally eat all your food and get spanked by hot chicks, like I did. That's enough about Vegas. I can talk about Vegas all the day, okay? I love Vegas so much. But I like this episode a lot, so I gotta give it a solid 8.2 out of 10. I'm inside and I saw the Twilight Zone episode 18, The Last Flight. It is directed by William F. Claxton, written by Richard Matheson, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts, we're following a guy, he's flying in the skies. He's in a World War plane, he's in an Air Force plane, and he's going through this cloud, and then he lands in this weird base. You got a bunch of people be like, hey, sit down, put your plane down. It's like, okay, this is weird, this is strange, we got new technology, and this plane comparably is not the same technology. So I'm like, oh, did he go into the future somehow? What is up with this? So this guy, his name is Decker. He's confused. I would be confused too if I were in his situation. So we have a bunch of these upper management general people. I guess they're majors. I don't know what rank they are. I don't remember on the top of my head, but I do remember a bunch of guys being like, yo, who is ya? Are you just a cosplayer? And then he's like, no, here's my rank. I'm first sergeant. And also he respects military law and he salutes whenever there's a guy from above him in the room. He salutes. He identifies himself as the Royal Flying Corps, which is a predecessor to the Royal Air Force. And it turns out that this guy is from 1917, and we've landed in 1959 or 60 or whatever. It's 59. And so it's been 42 years. And I'm just like, okay, that's fun. That's interesting. We get to learn a little bit more about this guy's life. This guy flew from his whatever the heck. He had some duties to do, but he left a guy just in the air, surrounded by Germans. And I was like, dude, you're a coward. That's why you got here. And also that guy that was supposed to be hunted by all those German swarms all around him, trying to get him. You know that guy is coming. And of course, Decker be like, that's weird. He should have been dead. Maybe the only reason is that he's alive because I came back to save him. Like, you know, that's plausible. I'm 100% believe in Decker's point. I also understand why the other officers don't trust him at all. They're like, dude, just sit here and wait. Just sit here and wait. The past will be there. He's like, no, I have to go. I have to leave. And he breaks out of all of those restraints that he's in. He sneaks out of the Air Force base, and then he gets into his plane, drives off, and it's like, wow, how fascinating. This guy's up and left. And also, this Air Force base took all of his possessions. This is a very major key detail later on. And I'm like, okay. Maybe all the questions will be answered when this guy comes. We got Mackay, I think is pronounced his name. Mackay, he's comes in, goes to the officers. Hello, y'all. And then these freaking officers be like, hey, you remember your good old pal buddy? He was just here. All the specific details that only he would know between their two friendship, him and Mackay. And I'm like, whoa, this is so weird and trippy, but he did save them. He tells the story, Mackay does, of how Decker came in. He felt like he was being abandoned, but then he came in from above and he started shooting the place. It actually saved his life, but Decker lost his life in the process. I'm like, what? This is such a good episode. It's so cyclical. I like how it's written. I believe Decker the entire time. I don't feel any ounce of doubt from him whatsoever. Mainly because I saw him enter that weird cloud and then he went into the future. So going through that same cloud is how you get to the past? How do you know which cloud it is? Not gonna lie, that's just a thought that I have. But also, I thought this was sweet. It was a sweet tale of friends coming together, fighting the Germans. One of them being sacrificed to the Germans, aka Decker, and one being saved. And luckily he has a story to tell of it. And they didn't find any possessions on Decker when he crashed and got killed, because all of his possessions were here at the base. Like, whoa. That's so weird, so trippy. I enjoyed this episode a lot. This made me have a little bit of think, but also a little bit of a smile. And there's a lot of tension, and especially at the point where Decker was trying to fight out of the place. I'm like, go Decker, go, you got this. You gotta save your friend, okay? I mean, he's alive now, but if you're still here and the friend comes while you're still here, maybe that friend will dissolve right in front of you if you just sat down and just chilled, I guess. I'm not sure what would happen. I mean, those are the little bit of questions that I have. The cloud thing, and Mackay should be dissolving right about now. But other than that, I really like this episode. I think I gotta give this episode like a solid 7.2 out of 10. I'm inside and I saw the Twilight Zone episode 19, The Purple Testament. It is directed by Richard L. Bear, written by Rod Serling, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts, we're following this man. He's in the army, his name is Fitz, and there's this one particular power that he discovers that he has. He can see this light over people's faces, and then they die. What is this power? This is a freaky power. I wouldn't want this power at all. Would you want this power? Would you want to know if someone's going to die within the next day or hour or whenever? Just whenever they're going to die. They're going to die soon, and you can see it. I personally would not want that power. It seems very terrifying. I feel like I'd have a lot of baggage to carry around me throughout my entire life. I just look at people and then they got some glow on their face, some light glow on their face, and then next thing they know, boom, dead. I'm like, oh wow, this is horrifying. But there's also a use case for this too. You could predict people's deaths. You could probably make some money off of that. So it depends on what your focus is. This man though is very haunted. He predicted the deaths of 3 of his comrades. Is comrade the right word? Soldier pals? Soldier mates? Let me know what the word is. So he predicts the deaths of these 3 dudes just the day before. He saw some light on their face and then he's like, I'm gonna write their names down, and then now they're dead. And then he encounters this other guy in bed. He's just laying there. And I'm like, okay, I wonder if he's going to die. And this guy, Fitz, sees the light on this other guy's face, and then he dies pretty much 5 minutes later, and Fitz causes Fitz to pass out. They're like, oh geez, I hope you didn't hit your head, Fitz, because that sounds a little bit painful. You just kind of passed out. I don't know how long it took for you to regain consciousness, but geez, dude, he's got it hard in this episode, and I really feel bad for him. He encounters Riker, it's his captain, and unfortunately he's got the same light glow going on. I really love that Fitz is freaking out. He's talking to the other people, talking to his mates, and he's explaining what he's seeing, and his mates don't really believe him, including Riker. And he's like telling Riker, hey, you're gonna die, please don't go. He's like, no, I'm gonna go, we're gonna have a drink after this, it's gonna be alright. But he leaves his possessions at the tent. So it makes me believe that Riker, deep down, felt that something was off, felt like he was going to die, believed Fitz, but just went anyway, and then he dies in battle. I'm like, oh, they'll never be able to get that drink again. Oh no. Oh, that's so sad. Oh my goodness. And of course, Fitz is freaking out. We have this rumor that he can tell when people are about to die happening, and so there's a bunch of soldiers just lining up in a row, and he looks at all their faces. He's like, oh, none of you guys are gonna die. Okay, fascinating. And it's fun because he looks into a mirror and sees that he's about to die. He has the same light thing on his face. I'm like, oh no, this is tragic. You know you're about to die. At least you know you're about to die, instead of just happening randomly, and then poof, there goes your life. There it goes. You'll have no way of knowing whenever you're going to die normally, but because Fitz knows he's about to die, he's able to get very comfortable with his death, and I really appreciate that. Would you want to know when you're about to die? Let me know in the comments below. This is very important. Personally, I think I would want to know if I'm about to die. I have really mixed feelings about the power that Fitz has. On one hand, it seems like a burden knowing when people are about to die. But on the other hand, I would like to know when I'm about to die, because then it's like, oh, I can work towards whatever I want, work towards the goals that I want to achieve before dying. And then once I see that light on my face, I'll be like, oh yes, I'm content. Or if I haven't done enough, freak out and do as much as I can right now before I die. So Fitz sees himself in the mirror, sees he's about to die, but then he's being taken off of this encampment, gets sent into a Jeep, and he looks at the Jeep guy, and the Jeep guy is also about to die. I'm like, huh, how are they going to die? Well, there's some mines that didn't get explored. We didn't uncover all the mines, so we gotta be careful. And I love the driver's pride. He's like, oh, I'm the best driver that there is. You'll be safe with me. I'm like, no, you won't. Oh man, dude, you're going to die. And then probably a few minutes later, I don't actually know how long it takes, but it's a few minutes later, and then you just hear an explosion. It's like, oh, those two people are dead. Oh, wow. I love this episode. This is such a good episode. I love just seeing the faces on the actors' face, especially Fitz. Fitz actor does a great job conveying his emotions. He conveys emotion of like despair, dread, especially after the first few kids that dies, and he like understands that he has this power. Then he just looks so dreadful. I'm like, oh, it's so. He looks so dreary. Is that the word? Dreary? I also love the sets. My favorite part of this episode has to be when they're in the hospital with all the beds, all the beds going on, and you got that sick guy who's about to die. Just where the camera is, it's so dynamic. I can see the entire depth of the room, and I love just the amount of lines there because of how many beds are there, and there's people there. And I'm like, oh, love it. Oh, it's so beautiful. Mwah, mwah, mwah. I also like the parts where they're outside. It just looks so lived in. It just feels so alive. This episode feels alive, which is really funny because this is an episode about a guy predicting people's deaths. Overall, I really like this episode a lot. I enjoyed it. It was fun. It was a fun episode to watch. I don't think I have anything else to say about this episode, so I gotta give this episode, it's a solid 7.9 out of 10. I'm inside and I saw the Twilight Zone episode 20, Eulogy. It is directed by Douglas Hayes, written by Charles Beaumont, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts, we're following a bunch of astronauts. They got lost in space, and so they're so many miles away, at least 600 million miles away from Earth. They're out of fuel. They landed on this planet, which has the same atmosphere as Earth, and immediately the only difference is everything is frozen in time. What would you do if you were in this situation? Would you push everyone over? Because I think I would. I would definitely start kicking things, see if I can move things around with my feet. Like, why are you frozen? Got him. I'm gonna kick him over. I'm gonna knock you over. I'm gonna be the worst person ever. These three fellas be like, what's the deal? What's happening here? And I find this to be very fascinating. Their immediate response is to try to talk to people. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you frozen? None of them are responding. They go to a bunch of different people. You got a guy who's fishing. Oh, let's just push this guy down. What happens if this guy is pushed down, man? Are they not fishing anymore? What, are you disturbing them? I'm curious as to what actual effect this has on the people who are frozen. They go around town. They encounter this really big party group with the mayor, and they're all just frozen in time. It's like, does time pass here? Let's look at a clock. There's no hands on that clock. I don't know if time even passes or not. I have no idea. Maybe time is frozen and they're in this really frozen time place. I'm not exactly sure if time moves. I know this episode explains that their time is moving, but maybe their time is moving really slow and they're moving really fast in comparison. Maybe they are slightly moving. I applaud all of these actors, all of these extras' ability to stay still. Except for when they go to the place with the music, they go to a marching band, they got a bunch of music is just being played, and one of the marching band dudes is blinking in the background. I noticed that, but everybody else is doing their best to just stay still, which I heavily appreciate. And I also really like the camera movements because it shows them going through this marching band place, and then all the camera moves, and it shows more people are frozen, and they're at this fancy event. It's like, what is happening here? And then we have the astronauts. They're still looking for people who are moving. They didn't find any, so let's just go to this house, okay? Let's have a gander at this house. Let's see what's in this house. Maybe we can keep it as our own. And then they go into this house, and there's actually one person who is moved. What? How is there someone moving? That actually turns out to be the caretaker. The caretaker is moving, actually. Why? What? What's happening? Well, he explains it. This guy explains that 200 years ago, there was a big old boom, a big old kablowie on Earth. It took 200 years for them to even recover from that. And so this guy preserves these people in time who are dead. So when they are dead, they can relive their biggest dream possible. And also, let's be very hospitality and let me give you some drinks, and they drink the drinks. I would personally not drink the drinks. I'd be super suspicious. I'd be like, man, I don't trust this guy at all. Why is he the only one moving? I don't get it. Please stop giving me fancy drinks. Stop trying to poison me with whatever you try to poison me. And I was right, okay? These guys, their final wish before they got frozen and being placed into the place where they want to be on a ship headed home. And so this caretaker puts them on that ship headed home, and they're just infinitely frozen in time. And this guy is frozen until he's needed. And he was awoketh when these travelers came down onto Earth, not Earth, actually, a different planet other than Earth. When they go to this similar place to Earth, and they're all frozen, this guy woke up and was like, oh, I'm needed. It looks like I need to put some people to sleep. And that's how the episode ends. And I'm just like, this is such a weird and bizarre episode. I think if I were in this episode, I would definitely be frozen at some point. Although I don't think I would be as eager to take whatever I'm given in terms of drinks, so I get frozen. Maybe it would take me maybe a week. I would run away from this man and be like, what is going on? I don't want to see you. You're frozen. Well, you're not frozen. Everyone else is frozen. That's weird. Why are you not frozen, man? And then I would just run into the next house, steal somebody's house. Maybe that guy would find me eventually. Maybe I'd be really desperate at some point. Maybe a weekend I'd be super desperate and then actually drink his drink and then frozen. Oh no. You know, that's how my fate would go. What would you do if you're in this situation? Would you drink that drink and be frozen forever like these astronauts did? Would you squat? Would you claim squatters' rights and squat in a house and steal a house? What would you do? This is a very important question. Let me know in the comments below. I really liked the acting ability of everyone involved. Everyone stayed very, very, very still. And it made me convinced that they were all statues. Of course, you got the very, very subtle movement of someone trying to stay still, and it's really hard because how could you stay still? It's freaking staying still for how many minutes? It's hard, man. I've tried it before. It's really hard, actually. Man, have you tried staying still once or twice in your life ever? I do recommend it, but it's a skill. These actors have the skill. They got the skills, and I like it. This Twilight Zone doesn't make me scared for my life. It makes me feel like, huh, what a fascinating scenario that these guys have gotten themselves into. These are my type of experiences with the Twilight Zone. Either I look at an episode, I'm like, dang, man, I feel like if I don't appreciate my life, I'm going to die, and I really think heavily about it. But this was not really that type of episode, really. This was just like a couple of guys, a few guys just wander into an unknown place and then meet a guy who's actually not frozen, who freezes them. And this is a little terrifying, but I don't think of myself being in a situation where I'm going to go to a planet where everyone is frozen. I don't just see myself in this type of situation, but I really do like everyone's commitment, and I do like just the episode is a fun idea. So I gotta give this episode, it's a solid 7.4 out of 10. I'm inside and I saw the Twilight Zone episode 21, Mirror Image. It is directed by John Brom, written by Rod Serling, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts, we're seeing Millicent in a bus station. She goes up to the ticket man, asks, hey, when will the bus be here? And this man is immediately very aggressive with her. Hey, you asked 30 minutes ago, you asked 15 minutes ago. Stop asking me, lady. The bus will not be here every time you ask. It won't take multiple asks just for the bus to get faster and faster. And she's freaking out. She's like, I didn't ask. This is the first time that I've asked about the bus. What is going on? And then her bag is behind the counter, already checked. She's like, but my bag's over there. And then the bag's gone. It's like, what is happening here? What a weird episode. And then she goes into the bathroom. She's like, oh man, this is weird. This is insane. And the woman attendant there, she's like, you've already been to the bathroom. What's up with you? Are you okay? She's like, I think I might be going insane. She looks in the frickin' mirror. Sees a reflection of herself in the mirror. She's like, what? What? And I think if I were her, I definitely wouldn't make as big of a problem as she is making it for other people. She's like, can't you believe me? I see me. I see myself. What's going on? She goes to where she was sitting. And wow, the bag is there. It's not anywhere checked, and the bag is removed from the checking place, and it's like, oh, geez. I wonder what this could possibly be about. I think my first thought was maybe she's a past version of herself, and then what she's seeing is a future version of herself. Maybe she's 15 minutes behind. That was my first thought, but I was very confused. I was just like, how? What is going on here? And then, she goes to an elderly couple sleeping. The elderly couple is like, well, I haven't seen anything. I haven't seen a person there. Leave me alone. And then she just leaves him alone. It's fun. And then we got a guy. He's like, oh, it's been pouring outside. Drenched. Oh, man, you left this outside. I'm like, man, you left something outside? Lady Millicent, what? This is careless of you. But also, how did this guy know that this was your bag? Maybe because you're the only chick in here? I mean, did he go ask the other elderly couple that, hey, is this your stuff? Oh, no. Nope, it's not. It doesn't show it on screen, but you know what's fun? She's like, oh man, I'm freaking out. I think I'm seeing double. I think I'm seeing myself. I think I'm freaking out. She explains the entire situation to him. He is not at all, I guess you think you're insane. No, he's not like this right now. However, she's about to go into the bus. The bus pulls into the station. She sees herself on the bus. And so she's like, oh my goodness, I'm gonna freak out. She just runs back in the bus. You know what I would have done in this situation? I would have not freaked out. I would have sat next to myself. I would have confronted myself. I would have been like, hey, what's up, buddy? Hey, what's up? And then, it'd be fun and awkward conversation. I wouldn't freak out like this chick does. Because if you freak out like this chick does, you know what happens? The man who wants to take care of you for some reason is concerned for you. And you're talking And he's like, what happened back there? She's like, you know, I have this theory, something I read. Parallel universes, and there could be another version of me trying to take over me. And I'm like, okay, I know this is something you've read. I don't know why the guy decides to treat you as insane because you're starting to believe something you've read. That's like putting away somebody for believing in the Bible. Like, literally. What? What is this logic? What is this logic that this guy is operating on? But this guy goes to the ticket person, and be like, oh, she is pretty insane. Let's call the police on her. I'm like, dude, to the lady, to Millicent specifically, lady, do you not know what happens to people if you sound insane to them? Do you not know what happens whatsoever? You're going to get locked up and put into an insane asylum forever. Man, don't at all clue into anyone that you have these beliefs. Just don't mention them, and then you'll be safe. Like, what is going on with her? I don't know why she feels the need to spew all this nonsense, well, appearing nonsense, at this man, just stranger man, who's like, oh, she needs help. And, of course, because the police are just showing up randomly, she's like, what? What? Why are the police here? And then she gets carried away, just gone. There she is. I'm like, man, it's really just that easy, huh? This man is like, oh, I'm content with myself. And I'm like, I don't think you should, but whatever. You do you, man. And so he's like, okay, well, I'm gonna set my bag down. I'm gonna sleep on this bench. Uh-oh, where'd my bag go? And then he sees a version of himself just running off. I'm like, oh, this is happening to you! Haha, got him! And he just chases himself, and then that guy runs off, and it's like, oh man, the cycle continues! Man, you should have listened to that chick, man. You should have just listened to her. I'm not exactly sure why I didn't decide to listen to her. Just thought that she was crazy instead of maybe thinking, huh, something weird is going on. Maybe she's having delusions. She thinks herself she's having delusions. Have you ever heard of a crazy person saying, oh man, I might be having delusions? No! No crazy person believes that they're having delusions, okay? A crazy person believes their reality is true. Not just questioning, oh, I have delusions. Maybe I have delusions. This person seems sane and normal. There's a few tells that you can have when dealing with a crazy person that is like actually crazy and believes in their own narrative. This lady is unfortunate having to deal with, oh, there's like a double version of me. Oh, geez, that's unsettling. I'm freaking out right now because this is not my world. If you're dealing with a crazy person, maybe you should look for signs such as, oh yeah, whatever I'm talking about is totally sane and normal. If she was crazy, she'd have brought up the two parallel people earlier in the episode. It would have been like the first thing she talks about. Then lock her up or whatever. But don't just lock her up because she said, oh, I read this somewhere. And it seems a little bit plausible now that I'm in a situation. I've read this somewhere. Instead of a crazy person, I believe would be like, oh, God gave me this message and told me that I gotta believe in this thing or whatever. I don't know. I don't know how crazy people operate, but definitely does not operate like Millicent does, who is hesitant, who's questioning her reality because it's different from whatever it has been. This episode is very up to interpretation. If you've ever seen this episode, let me know what you think of it in the comments below. I'm not exactly sure what is going on here. Maybe it's the parallel realities thing, but part of me is hesitant to accept that because it's like, maybe it's time travel. That was my first thought. Parallel realities make sense in the context of the story, but in reality, I don't know, man. I'm just not down with the parallel realities explanation, but we're in the Twilight Zone. It is very much plausible. Let me know what you think of this episode in the comments below. I gotta give this episode a solid 7.6 out of 10. I'm in Salad and I saw the Twilight Zone episode 22. The monsters are due on Maple Street. It is directed by Larry Winston, written by Rod Serling, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts and we're following a bunch of people on Maple Street looking up at the sky, and there's some weird light thingy going on. Woo, 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 just a bunch of lights. And also, all of their power is gone. What happened to their power? What a really fun thing that I noticed while watching this episode is that now everybody is congregating together because all of their power is lost. And they're like, I wonder what the possible explanation is. You know, you wonder what the explanation is. Why is all the power out? It's a sunny day. It's not raining like it is here. Instead, it's just so nice and beautiful. But nobody's stuff starts except for one person. One person car go vroom. And you know, this is whatever a normal occurrence or something. I guess not really normal actually. It's a whatever occurrence. But if this kid didn't tell this guy who was about to leave town, if this kid wasn't like, wait, I don't think they want you to go. Hey, actually, they didn't want you to go because, I don't know, man. They just don't want you to go. Oh, and what's fun, half the adults are like, don't believe him. And I'm like, I don't believe him. Part of me is like, there might be some truth to it. But of course, I'm part of the problem. What's fun is that this adult who's about to leave is like, oh, wait. Let's listen to what he has to say. Right. He's like the only guy who's like, oh, let's see what this guy has to say. At this point in the episode, they're all like, this is whatever fishy story you got going on. But because this guy is like, okay, I guess I'll take a chance. Whenever that guy car goes vroom, and he's like, I don't know how my car started. Look, I don't know, dude. Please, why are you questioning me? You're an alien. No, what? Why? We need to prosecute him because he sucks. Oh my goodness. Look, it's him. And there's like this drunk guy who's like, yeah, it's him. We gotta go get him. We gotta go get him. And there's this guy. He's like, okay, I'm going to see if there's any power on the street. Next door, or I guess next street. I'm gonna go. And you know, it's kind of calm when he leaves. So it's like, okay, well, I hope this stays as calm and collected as it is right now. But no, actually, what's fun, they all are like, oh, you're the guy, you're the frickin' guy, And he's just like, what? Why? Just because my car starts without me turning it on? I don't know why it does that. No, stop prosecuting me. But they're all like, Rah! It's fun because the focus goes towards another direction when he's like walking out towards them and they're all scared of him, they're all scurrying away from him. And it's like, wait, you guys, the idea that there's people that want to keep you here and there's an imposter among you guys. That's why you guys get also suspicious. But this is from a child who was just telling a thing that he read. And at the beginning, almost nobody believes him. But at this point, it seems like half the people, or even 75% of the people, are 100% on board. And I'm like, what a theory? You guys initially dismissed this child's theory. Now you're using it as a basis to form a mob? Oh my goodness. Well, what's fun is they're like pointing at fingers at each other like, oh, who's the guy? Who's the guy doing the done dirty deed? What's up with him? Who is it? You? Is it you that's the alien? There's this guy who's like, I'm the loudest alien of them all. And what's fun is that there's somebody walking up the street in the darkness. And it's like, this is a normal occurrence. Somebody's walking the street. Don't you remember the guy leaving? No, it seems like they don't. What's fun? Guy walks in the darkness. There's a mob. It's like, what is that? What is that? And the guy who was drinking, who was talking the most trash, he's like, what is that guy? Someone hands him a shotgun. You know what this guy decides to do? He decides to shoot this dude. And I'm like, you can't just shoot at random guys. in the darkness, you know what they are? And what's fun is that as soon as he shoots them, they're like, oh, it's the guy who went to the other street to check if there was power. We don't know if there's power now. Dude, you just shot and killed this dude. And this guy is like trying to justify it. I love his justification. He's like, but you guys, it was in the dark. And I was scared. I'm like, these are not good reasons to shoot somebody. Oh my goodness. This guy didn't pose an immediate life-threatening danger on you. So I'm not sure why you decided to shoot him because the shotgun was handed to you. Don't you have any self-control whatsoever? But of course, then that guy lights turns on. And it's like, why are your lights turning on? What's going on? So everybody starts freaking out. Everyone's in a panic. Everyone's running around. Everyone's angry. Everyone's like, oh, there's an imposter alien here. By the way, I should mention that this idea was perpetuated by a child who just thought of it, and now everyone's saying it's like true and like factual without any evidence. And do you want to know who the monsters were on Maple Street? We have some alien dudes from a world way, way far away on top of this hill. It's got some sort of fun manipulator device thingy, and they're like, oh, you know, we just turn off a few devices here and there, and we let their true selves be exposed. Oh, the humans are the monsters on Maple Street. There are many Maple Streets out there. Any one of these humans are the monsters. And I'm like, oh, this is great. Of course the humans are the monsters. These people wanted to believe in something so bad. They wanted to persecute somebody so bad that they did. And I'm like, God, this is a really good episode. I like this episode a lot. I really like the twist a lot. All the people, they were properly acting. I felt like they were all going insane during a power outage on Maple Street. I thought that was very entertaining. I liked this episode a lot. Oh man, no particular actor stands out to me except for the kid. The kid, first of all, I was like looking at this kid. I'm like, man, this kid kind of sounds like a Ash Ketchum voice actress. This kid kind of sounds feminine. Not gonna lie, but he looks to be like a 12-year-old boy. What's fun is the kid is like good at speaking his lines. I'm like, good job, kid, you did it. You did good speaking your lines. I don't really have much high hopes for children in movies, or episodes for that matter, so whenever I see a kid who's doing well in it, not just, you know, obviously being a kid who doesn't want to be there, but instead seems like the foundation for a successful actor or actress in their career. Seems like they actually do care about the acting, which I like, and I'll always point that out whenever I see it in a movie or episode. Otherwise, I like the acting, I like the entire premise. The humans are the monsters on Maple Street and everywhere else. So, I gotta give this episode, it's a solid like 8.9 out of 10. I'm inside and I saw the Twilight Zone episode 23, A World of Difference. It is directed by Ted Post, written by Richard Matheson, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This movie starts and we're seeing Arthur, and it seems like he has a pretty chill life. He has a wife, and he has an office, and he's, you know, being Arthur. It seems like he's a little bit of a stressed out, but overall, he appreciates his life. He goes into the office. It's cool, right? I like the shot a lot, where we see him go into the office, and you see the camera pans to, like, one of the walls. It's like, okay, cool, we see one of the walls, and then the camera shows that wall again, and it's a set. And I'm like, wow, what's going on here? And then everyone on the set is like, Jimmy, what are you up to? And then this guy be like, I'm Arthur, actually. Everyone keeps insisting that this Arthur guy is, in fact, Jimmy. Everyone keeps insisting that Jimmy is going under some sort of mental breakdown. He tries to go home, but, like, everyone keeps calling him Jimmy. He's like, I am Arthur! Stop telling me otherwise! Stop it! Oh, you know, he has a little bit of a freak. I like this because it shows how much it takes for a person to freak out it takes Arthur to be like, first he's confused because he's like, wait, where am I? And then he's like, he's so insistent that he is in fact Arthur, that it takes like, oh, we gotta hospitalize you, dude. We gotta take you to a doctor. Maybe he needs some help, and he goes to get some help, and the psychiatrists are like, dude, we can't help you if you keep insisting that you're Arthur instead of Jimmy. Dude, you're having a full psychotic break, and even the production is like, hey, because of you, we're shutting down this entire production, which I think is pretty harsh. But yep, shutting down the entire production because you are having a mental breakdown. And that still doesn't stop Arthur from having a mental breakdown. He's like, I'm Arthur, man, come on, just believe me. And it even takes like a whole lot of no convincing, actually. There's no convincing it. People are trying to convince him, but he's unable to be convinced. To the point where he's like, I want to be Arthur. And eventually, he gets that wish. He poofs out. He poofs out of the way. He's able to be Arthur. He goes to his wife. He's like, oh my goodness, I love you, wife. I'm gonna hold you tightly. Isn't that great? Oh my goodness. And then back in the place where he was having a mental breakdown, nobody has seen him. He's just gone. So I was like, oh, this is a pretty spooky, very spooky Twilight Zone. Personally, I think there's like 2 different dimensions going on, 2 different timelines going on or something. And he was able to bop in and out of it. He's able to bop in and out of like TV world and the movie world. And TV world and like the real world. He goes into the real world. He's so confused that he just wants to go back into the TV world reality. But the actor itself is just gone, which I find to be pretty freaky, not gonna lie. So overall, I really like this episode. I like seeing Arthur confused. He's like, why is everyone calling me Jimmy? I'm like, because you are Jimmy, dude. And everyone's like, and he's like, no, stop calling me Jimmy. I am not Jimmy. Ugh. I like the episode a lot. Is there anything significant about this episode that I noticed? I mean, I do think in the real world, it looks like the actor for this TV world guy looks like in the real world he is having a sort of mental breakdown. But he isn't actually having a mental breakdown because he's from the TV world, but it looks like he's from the real world, so it looks like he's having a mental breakdown, but he's actually just confused, properly confused for a good reason. And honestly, I like this. I like how he's confused, and that's pretty much the rest of the episode. The end kind of caught me suddenly, because I was like, oh wait, he's no more? Oh. Okay. Well, I guess he's back to where he wants to be, which is good, I guess. Amazing job. I gotta give this episode a solid 7.3 out of 10. I'm in Salad, and I saw the Twilight Zone episode 24, Long Live Walter Jameson. It is directed by Anton Leader, written by Charles Baymont, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts and we're following a professor sitting in on a history lesson of Walter Jameson. He is telling Civil War stories like he was there. And everyone in class is so fascinated because they're being told a story instead of being told textbook facts about a particular event. The reason I don't remember any Civil War stories and why I believe that people in this class would believe the Civil War stories that they are being told by Walter Jameson is the story factor. Oh goodness. History class was not fun, but I wish I was in this history class. If I was in this history class, I would have gotten a lot better score than I did. Well, I guess how I treated history class, I just kept remembering the names and the numbers, and then once the test was over, I just completely blanked. Versus professors who taught me things via story, like my geography class, that I remember. I remember all those facts because it was so interesting. Why I bring this up? Walter Jameson is such an interesting fellow, and he's probably a really good teacher, and I want him as my teacher. Oh, I want him as my teacher, but teach me about the Civil War. Teach me about the Civil War. Tell me all the stories. And he has his diary, right? And this professor who was sitting in on his class, his name is Sam Kittredge. I'm just going to call him Kittredge. So we have Kittredge. He's observing this journal, and he notices it's like an OG from Civil War, that old journal. It's no replica. It's nothing like, oh, we have like a normal modern book and all these texts are transcribed. No, this is somebody's journal. And while he's describing this journal, while he's talking about what's in this journal, describing the events from this journal, rather, Kittredge gets a little questioning. He's like, what is going on here? This is interesting. I got a piece of paper from the Civil War. I got a little photograph. Wait, they had photographs back then? Or painting? I don't know. How did they capture this? I don't know how advanced it was in the Civil War. So I don't know how we have a photo of this guy. But, anyway, we got a photo of this guy back in the Civil War. The guy that Walter Jameson is talking about. And this Kittredge guy, he recognizes, oh, this dude with the journal, the owner of the journal, looks very suspiciously like Walter Jameson. And all that's interesting about Kittredge is he's very old. We got a dilemma here. Fun dilemma. Is this guy really who he says he is? That's my question. That's Kittredge's question. And you know what he does? He goes up to Walter, he goes and confronts him. Walter initially is like, I don't think you would believe how old I am. I don't think so. And what's interesting is that Walter wants to marry the daughter of Kittredge. And so Kittredge and Walter are having a fun little talkity talk. Hey, how old are you? I think there is an age difference. I think there's clearly an age difference. First of all, I haven't seen you age in all of the years that I've worked with you as a professor. Those stories that you're talking about is just so convincing. It's too convincing. It makes me feel like you're actually there. How old are you, like 50? The documents that you gave when applying for a job said you were this age, and then now you're telling me you're this age? How old are you? This is so sussy behavior. Like, I wouldn't want you to marry my daughter because of the sussy behavior. And then we have Walter. He's like, I don't think you'll believe how old I am. 2,000 years old. 2,000 years old? What? Okay. Twilight Zone takes place, I presume, within the 1950s or the 60s. 2,000 years before that? That's before Christ. That's literally, there's BC and AD. So we're dealing with a guy who lived all throughout the millenniums, the new millennium, the old millennium, the millennium before zero, and then want to go. How does time work? Why does time work with an AD BC system? Geez, I hate it so much. It's too confusing. But anyway, we got this guy, he's 2,000 years old, and he's like, yeah, I've seen it all. I was friends with Plato. And I was like, okay, why? How did you get this old? Why are you this old? And I like the story that he tells, right? Here's the story that he tells. Walter is very sad about his mortality. And what's interesting is he's like, oh man, how do I not die, right? He goes to his alchemist. One day he goes to his alchemist. He's like, hey, I don't want to die. I want to live forever. You know what this alchemist does? All right, here we go. Let's take you to the place. Let's take you to the place. It's going to be all mysterious. You're not going to know what's going to happen. You're not going to know what the procedure is that I did. All you're going to do is you're going to wake up, the alchemist is gone, and you've just not aged. I do like the added detail, right? Because it's very human. Where he's like, I didn't know it was like working at first because I didn't really feel any different. And then when I saw my wife and my children die, I was like, oh, that alchemist did good, actually. He did the job. And then what's fun about Walter is this. He says this fun line, you know, death is the punctuation to a life sentence. Death is the only thing that gives life meaning. And I learned this the hard way. Like, oh geez, oh boy, Walter, I hope you're able to somehow die soon. This Walter guy, he's changed names throughout millennium, 2 millennium at least. I bet he's saying 2000, it's probably just easy to say that. He's probably older than that, but that's my guess. But I do think this guy is like, every day I wake up, or I go to my desk or whatever. I go to my desk, there's a revolver, I pick it up, boop, put it on the desk. Am I gonna do it today? No. He's too much of a coward to just end his life after 2,000 years. I mean, this is him saying this. This is not me saying it. It's him saying it to me. And I'm like, yeah, I agree. You're too much of a coward to off yourself. And because, I'm only saying this because you complain. You complain about living. And I'm like, dude, you've had 2,000 years. People don't even get 100. Okay? Like, you've had enough. You've had enough time. But also part of me is like, I want to see how long he lives. Like, you got a guy who's living 2,000 years. I want to see that go up. I want to see that number go up. So I'm kind of like divided in this. Either part of me is like, yeah, just, you know, just serve yourself another day of living. You've already had 2,000 years of it. On the other hand, I'm like, just keep going. Let's see if we can hit 3,000 or 4,000, 5,000 years old. But it's going to be an excruciating 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, however many years he decides to live on. A lot of different civilizations come and go. It'll be interesting. I'm actually really interested in his perspective, but he doesn't like give his perspective on the world, except for the very beginning when he's talking about the Civil War. Anything else, he doesn't really give his perspective on the world. He kind of is just talking about how much he just hates living. And of course, Kittredge is like, I don't want you to marry my daughter because you're too old. And then the daughter comes in and she's like, what? What? Why not? Why not, father? Why not? She's too old. And I'm like, oh boy, this is intense. Oh man, I like this. I like this a lot. I like that we have a chick. She's like not knowing what she's in for. She's in love with the guy who's 2,000 years old. This guy has to abandon her at some point later on in her life. So she just doesn't see that he's not aging. Can you really have a good life like that? I don't think you can. I feel like the purpose of life is to find like one partner and then live with it. Live the entirety of your lives with that person. So that's what I believe. So this guy, this Walter guy, is not living life. What point does he have to live? Honestly. So then we have this chick, really, really old chick. Talk about chicks that you marry and then have to eventually abandon. We have this old chick, she comes around, she's like, Tom, you're my husband. Why haven't you aged in a day? You haven't aged a day. You're my husband. Why did you abandon me? And like she even like goes to his house and everything. She's like sneaking around. She's like, oh, I found him. He's here. Oh my goodness. Like she spots him. And then she's able to like find him, locate him. It's presumed that she's been looking for him for a long time. But there is a point where she goes into the house, she breaks into the house. She's like confronting Walter. She's like, Tom, what are you doing? You're supposed to be with me. No, I'm sad. I'm so sad. And then she sees the revolver on the table. She picks it up. She points it at Walter. She's like, I'm going to do it. You broke my heart. I'm going to murder you. And that's what she does. She shoots him through the stomach. And then he just kind of stumbles around the room. She freaks out. She's like, oh no, I got to get somebody. Ah! He is stumbling around. She's like not looking at this point. He falls onto the floor. He ages to dust. He just turns into dust at the end. And then we have a good old pal, his Kittredge. Kittredge comes in, sees the lady with the gun, sees the pile of dust. She's like, what happened? He's like, oh, it's just plain old dust. Just dust. Look, it's just dust. Where did he go? I don't know, but I do see a giant pile of dust here. You know, well, I'm not doing exact quotes. Just doing approximations, similar sentences. Overall, I like this one. I like that this episode explores the meaning of life, and the meaning of life is you better not die, or else your life has no meaning. If your life just continues forever on, it has no meaning whatsoever. So death is the punctuation to a life sentence. Get it? Anyway, so this episode makes me happy, makes me think deeply. Any episode that deals with mortality, the struggle of mortality and humans dealing with their own mortality, I really like that because I deal with it too, because I'm a human and I'm also mortal, so it's all fun, and I like seeing how other humans deal with it. I'm like, maybe I should deal with it in this way, or maybe I should not deal with it in that way. You know, it's all fun. Just enjoying life. This is fun. I hope that Walter enjoyed at least some part of his life, was able to do at least some drugs of some kind, was able to do Quaaludes. Wait, this is the 50s. When did Quaaludes appear in the market? I know they just appeared in like the 80s or 90s, but geez, Walter, you could have some Quaaludes. Dude, I don't get to have Quaaludes. What? Oh man, Walter's living the life. He's living 2,000 years of having all the drugs that he wants. Now that is a life well lived. Unless he was clean. In that case, then that sounds like hell. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry you had to go through that, Walter. Overall, this episode, I really like. I really like this episode a lot. I like the acting, I like the performances, I like the tension built. I like how he just is dust at the end of this episode. He's dust. He's just there. He's disappeared. He's only dust, but he's disappeared. It was pretty great. And now he's gone. I was kind of sad when I saw him gone. I was like, man, I want to see him live longer. I want to see him to like 5,000 years, but it's his life, not mine. I wouldn't live to 5,000 years. I would barely live to 100 years. Oh boy. I really like this episode a lot. It's a solid like 8.5 out of 10. I'm inside and I saw the Twilight Zone episode 25. People are alike all over. It is directed by Mitchell Lyson, written by Rod Serling, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts with following Conrad and Marcuson. They're going to Mars. They crash land onto Mars. And of course, we have Marcuson gets injured, and he's, injured. He's talking about how there might be people out here. People are all around the same. Hence the title of the episode. So Marcuson is dying. He's like, it's okay. Just go out there. Just go out. We've been trapped into this husk. I'm going to call it a metal prison husk because he's literally trapping himself in there. He doesn't want to go outside. Conrad does not want to go outside whatsoever. And Marcuson's like, just open the door. Just open the door. And it's a little spooky when you hear just do, just like little low sounds just tapping on the outside of the shuttlecraft, and that's scary. And I understand while Conrad's like not wanting to go out there, Marcuson's like, people are alike all over. And when I first heard that, I was like, yeah, that's positive, but it could also mean the negative thing too. I mean, if people are alike all over, they'll want to give in for their own benefit, something like that, or humanity. You're a human, you know how humans are like. You've met many humans. Humans are alike all over. You got the positives, you got the negative aspects of humanity. And so I was just thinking, oh, there's some negative aspects of humanity here, because obviously they're demonstrating the positive aspects of humanity by when Conrad opens the door. They're not like trying to saw their way through and trying to get to what's inside. They're just waiting on this guy to come out. But once he finally comes out, he's greeted by a bunch of lovely Martians who look like humans, and there's like a whole colony. There's like a bunch of Martians there, and they're like, hello, you're from Earth? let me show you around. And then they show Conrad around. Marcuson is dead at this point. He's so injured that he gets to the point where he's not able to recover from his injuries, and then he dies. And so these Martians convince Conrad to leave his ship, and then they take him to a home, and they're like, oh, this is your home. And this is so sus. Why would someone just be giving something to me for free? I mean, I didn't do anything to earn this free thing. I don't deserve free things inherently. This is sus. My radar was going off. Red flags. So many red flags all over the place. But of course, Conrad is living in a world with rose-tinted glasses. He's just over here like, oh, thank you, kind sir. Thank you. Thank you for the free house. I'm like, this is a trap. This is a trap. No, don't accept this. Don't. And then he accepts the free house. And there's a moment, right, where after the Martians leave and he's about to, like, touch the door, I'm like, this is your only chance of escape. You have to go check that door. And he doesn't check that door. Instead, he just goes around and walks around, whatever. And then at some point, he feels the need to check the door again, but at this point, all the doors in the house have been locked. And I'm like, see? Humans are all alike all around. They tricked you, and now you're stuck in this house, and even though it's a nice house, the fact that you're now stuck, you don't even want to be stuck here. It's like a captivity thing. Humans don't like being in captivity. You could be captive in a mansion, but if you're captive in a mansion, you want to leave that mansion. And it's the same thing happening here. This guy liked the house that the Martians gave him. Then when the Martians locked him inside the house, he just suddenly stopped liking it. I find that interesting. He looks at a wall, by the way, no windows whatsoever. And then a wall starts moving, and then there's like bars, like jail bars, and then there's just like a bunch of people there just looking at him, including like the chick that he was like flirting with and having a lot of connections with while giving the house tour. And then he just sees that chick amongst the crowd, and he's like, ah, come on, help me. Ah, and then she just leaves. And I'll do like the sign. He grabs a sign that says, an earthling in his natural habitat, which is to say that everyone is in their houses now. I mean, no one goes out in shelter. I'm literally outside of my house, outside of a bunch of different houses, and I can guarantee you that everyone is chilling in their own home. Like, I don't see anyone outside. The house might as well be Earthling's natural habitat, especially with the creation of the internet and all that fun jazz. Everyone's staying inside. I honestly really like this. This is such a clever episode, and I like how he ends the episode. Humans are alike everywhere. And I was like, yes! And then he's just stuck in that cage. Oh, this is terrifying. There's so much like red flags. I had like some gut feeling that something was off, but of course Conrad didn't like at all detect this until it was way too late. So this is such a good look at humanity as like a species, like what they would do. I don't know any tigers or lions that take other tigers and lions and like penguins and put them in captivity and then look at them. Like that's a human thing to do. Captivity is very human. So I like this episode a lot. It has me thinking, this is such a good one. Any episode that deals with the human condition, I'm such a big fan of. And this episode certainly does comment on the human condition. So I gotta give this episode, it's a solid 8.5 out of 10. I'm inside and I saw the Twilight Zone episode 26, Execution. It is directed by David Oric McDiarmid, written by Rod Serling, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. I transported from the modern world to this 1880 porch. Anyway, the episode starts and we're following a guy and he's about to get hung. He's on a horse and he even has like the noose and everything. Frickin' bees, get out of here. Why do you insist on being near me? That's an imitation bee over there. That's a real bee over there. Alright, anyway, so we have this guy, he's being hung, he's about to get hung, he's in the process of being hung. He even gets to the point where he gets dropped from the horse, and you see his shadow, and he's just there, he's just standing there silently, or I guess not standing, he's like not moving his legs, kicking like you normally would if you were being hung, because specifically there's a guy over yonder watching him get executed. Be like, there's a bee right there. I don't know what the f you were doing. Well, there's just a bee stuck there. I want these bees executed. Oh man, already off to a fun start on this episode. So we have the guy, you know, at the split second that he's getting hung, there's a guy that just takes him from the future and time travels him to the future. And there's a scientist who's like, I did it! I've created time travel! And meanwhile, this guy is here like, oh, what's happening? This is weird. What's all this technology around me? And the scientist is like, hey, actually, I'm the one who time traveled you. And then he notices some marks on his neck, some hanging marks, and he's like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have brought you to the future. Whoopsie. The guy's telling him like, oh yeah, I've murdered like 20 dudes, right? Just casually over 20 dudes. This guy, the scientist dude, is like, oh no, I made a bad decision. But of course, evil prevails because this guy murders the scientist, and I kind of feel bad for this dude because he's running around modern society just being like, "Rrr!" Just straight up killing people, running into traffic, all the noise around him of modern society, and he can't handle it whatsoever. He's freaking out. He's causing a couple people to die until the police get him, right? And he's trying to just run away. You got the cops on his butt, you know, he's not having a fun time. And he goes back to where the scientist is at. He escapes the cops. No cops are looking for him now. He goes back to the scientist. Hey, please help me. Meanwhile, you've killed the man. Yeah, you killed him. He's just sitting there. And then there's this, like, robber comes in. He's like, oh, give me all your money. Give me all your money. And this cowboy's like, I'm so confused still. I like how confused he is because he's so out of time. He's not in the right time period. He shouldn't be here. He's a barbarian in a civilized society, relatively speaking. Well, he was a barbarian in the society that he lives in, so he most definitely does not belong here. There's this thief, he's like, oh, thank you so much for doing part of my job for me. Bye-bye now. And he hits him. Whack. Whacks him. The guy's unconscious. And this thief's trying to look for a safe or whatever. And it's fun because he gets into the time machine instead. Oh no, I'm trapped. How do I get out of this time machine? How do you activate the time machine? Is it activated by the doors closing? Because you walk in and then immediately it's activated. Is it some sort of motion sensor? Time machine? Anyway, so this guy goes in the past and he goes and replaces the guy who was originally supposed to be hung, and instead he is hung, and then he just dies in the 1880s, and we have these dudes watching this body that they hung. It was one man and now it's a different man. And I like those guys because they're like, oh man, I hope we didn't hang an innocent fellow. They did not, but they have no way of knowing, and they have no way of having any closure of any kind because the guy in front of them is now dead. And it's kind of sad. This is an intense episode of the Twilight Zone. It ends with another man being executed. The man originally supposed to be executed is in the future and is possibly dead, has already killed a lot of people in the future as well as in the past. Oh boy. Maybe you should choose your targets better before plucking them from a time guy, scientist guy. Anyway, this is a fun episode. I like this. I like the tone is just really dark, actually, of this episode, and I like the scientist guy is like, oh no, I brought the wrong person. back into the future. My favorite part, especially of this episode, has to be when we have the 1880 guy who was supposed to be hung. That guy, he's just in modern society, and he can't do anything except for just freak out and accidentally kill a bunch of people. Not a bunch, a few people. There's not a ton, but you know, there's some casualties going on because he's a scared animal and too much noise. We live in a really noisy society. Have you ever thought about that? Anyway, I mean, there's not really much else to say about this except for what I've said already. It's really dark, and I like it. So, I gotta give this episode, it's a solid, like, 8.5 out of 10. I'm inside and I saw the Twilight Zone episode 27, The Big Tall Wish. It is directed by Rod Winston, written by Rod Serling, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts and we're following Bully Jackson, and he's hanging out with Henry. Henry's like a young little boy, and the first thing that I noticed is that these two actors, these two main actors, are black, which is fine by me because I live in 2024 and I'm used to that by now. But I remember this was in 1960 and the Civil Rights Act wasn't signed until 1963. So this is huge. I'm looking at this, I'm like, whoa, this is massive for the time. So immediately I'm like, all right, I'm hyped. I like change. I like change for the better. So we have these guys. Bully Jackson is a prize fighter. He's kind of washed up. He's past his prime. And he's talking to Henry. And Henry's like, you're going to win the fight tomorrow, right? Bully Jackson's like, I don't know. You know? I don't know. We'll see. I like Henry. He's like, I'm going to make sure that you get a big tall wish. I'm going to have a big tall wish for you. I'm going to wish you tallly that you win. Right? And he's like, aha, okay, cool, amazing. I like the mom of Henry. She's like, yeah, you guys are having a fun time. You guys are friends. I mean, you're the neighbor of this little boy, Bully Jackson, and I want you to be talking to him because I don't know where the father is in Henry's life because he's not at all mentioned in this episode. It's just the mother, and then we also have Bully Jackson. So I think there's probably some sort of father figure for Henry, but also like some sort of friend. And also, they talk to each other like they're just like adults. It's kind of fun. I like how the kid talks. He's talking all mature, and he's like, I'm an adult. I can say things in full, complete, complex thoughts and sentences and ideas and structures. And I'm like, man, that's good for a little boy. Wow, that little boy is speaking like an adult. I was not expecting that. And so we have Bully Jackson. It's the night of the fight, and he gets into an argument behind the scenes before he's supposed to fight, and he like breaks his knuckles after punching the wall. I'm like, why would you punch the wall, dude? But he's like, he did it. He punched the wall, and he has to go on to fight right after punching the wall and breaking his knuckles. So he's like not using his right at all, and he's getting his butt whooped. His butt gets whooped, and I like this. He gets knocked down. The guy's counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then in between 9 and 10, he's just now standing up. This is weird. Unless you consider the fact that Henry is giving him a big tall wish. I really like this part. We have him being counted out, and we have Henry giving him a big tall wish from the TV, and it actually works. He's a victor, everyone's cheering him on, he's all confused, he remembers that he was on the floor, he just doesn't know why, that he's now standing, and he's all confused, everyone's cheering for him when he leaves the place, and he's like, what's happening here? He goes to Henry, Henry, I won! Do you know anything by chance why I won? Well, I gave you a big tall wish, and you won. And what's interesting about Bully Jackson is he just keeps on insisting that he did not win, and he did not win. He's like, Henry, there's no such thing as wishes. There's no such thing as wishes. Henry's like, you have to believe in wishes in order for them to be true. If you don't believe in wishes, you don't believe in the magic behind the wishes, then they won't come true. And you just have to believe. You have to believe. And then Bully's like, no, I can't believe. I'm not going to believe. And because of this, he gets transported back to on the floor. He loses. Nobody congratulates him on the walk back. He goes to see Henry, and Henry's like, man, I did wish for you to win, but I made a wish and it didn't come true, so now I'm over wishes. And I was just so sad hearing this revelation. I'm like, dang it! Oh no! Bully Jackson just took away this little boy's desire to have wishes come true, because they do. He's lost his superpower because he stopped believing. But I do like Bully Jackson at the end. He's like, you know, if you believe, it will be true. It will come true, this magic. The wish magic. It's just a shame that not everybody believes, not enough people believe, you know, and then that's how the episode ends. So this is a little bit tragic for me. I feel really bad for Bully Jackson. On the one hand, it's his decision to lose, but on the other hand, he had to question his win too much. He had to. He didn't believe it, and because of that, it didn't come true in the end, ultimately, which is a little bit sad. Whew, boy, this is a cool one. At the very beginning, I was like, oh boy, what type of episode is this going to be? Because it's establishing with a lot of shots of the sign of the fight that's upcoming. And I'm like, okay, cool. And then we're having these two fellows hanging out. And I was like, okay, maybe they're related. They're not. And I was like, this is weird. But, you know, they're neighbors, so it's less weird. I understand. And, you know, it's a good one, this episode is. I like this episode a lot. I gotta give this episode, because it makes me feel so bad at the end, I'm gonna have to give it a solid, like, 8.2 out of 10. I'm in Salad and I saw the Twilight Zone episode 28, A Nice Place to Visit. It is directed by John Brom, written by Charles Beaumont, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts and we're following Rocky. He's robbing a jewelry store, and then he doesn't get out fast enough, and so he drops all the jewels he's stealing and then runs from the cops. And he's trying to climb this fence, and the cops shoot at him. The next thing you know, he's in a nice place, and there's this guy here. There's a guy named Pip. He's like, hey, what do you need? Is there anything you need? Is there anything I could do for you? Right? And then we have this guy who's like, how do I know this is not some sort of trick that you're playing on me? Because this guy is really untrusting. What's fun is that he's just like got a gun aimed at Pip, and Pip's like, all right, I'm just gonna stand here. And of course this Henry, aka Rocky be like, I'm gonna shoot you. Couple of bullets go through, doesn't hit Pip at all. He shoots the lamp. The lamp pretty much explodes. It's broken. It's a broken lamp. So Pip is not affected at all by this gunshot. And it doesn't take until this very moment for Rocky to even consider that he's dead, which I like. I like this a lot. So, of course, we got this guy. He's like, all right, well, if I'm dead, what are the rules? Well, you can have whatever you want, says Pip. And Rocky's like, oh my goodness. Wow, I can't believe it. Okay, I'm gonna go gambling. I'm gonna go gambling. I'm gonna get all the women in the world. I'm gonna go do all the gambling. I'm gonna win every time. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be fun. Oh my goodness, I'm winning. Look at all the riches that I'm getting. Look at all these chicks that I'm getting. We're all having a fun, hunky-dory time. We're all hanging out. It's all a blast. And he's winning constantly. He's winning in life all of the time because Pip allows it so. She's like, hey, can I do this? Pip's like, sure, let me facilitate that for you. And then that happens. He wins. there's so many times that he wins, to the point where now we have Rocky. He's looking real bored winning. He's looking really, really bored winning. He's like, oh, roulette. Oh, I got it again? Wow, I can't believe that I won. Let me try pulling this machine lever. Wow, a bunch of coins. I knew that was going to happen. And so now we got this guy. He's just super irritated. He hates the women that he's near. The women are just kind of like looking at him like, oh yeah, we'll be your pleasure, whatever. Yeah, we'll dance with you. We'll do whatever you want us to do. And he's getting real mad at this, to the point where it's like, all right, get out of here, get out of here. These chicks have no brains. I just don't want them here. Get out of here, get out of here. Zoom, 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 zoom. And I do like in this episode, there's a couple of times where he's like, I must be in heaven. This is heaven. Wow, this is heaven. Several times. How did I get into heaven? What did I do that was even remotely good? I like that line, because it's like, what did I do that was good in my life to facilitate me going to heaven? And I feel like at some point you should be like, maybe I'm not in heaven. But he doesn't arrive to that conclusion at all. The only time which he does arrive to this conclusion is when he asks Pip, he's like, man, everything's going my way. Maybe I could lose. But wouldn't be the same, actually. If I knew that I was going to lose, it wouldn't be the same. I'm in hell, man. I'm in hell. Oh, man, how is this heaven? Heaven's really like this? This feels a little bit more like the other place. And Pip's like, who said you were in heaven? This is the other place. Mwahahahahahahahahaha. He laughs, and freaking Rocky's like, no. And I really like this episode. I've actually seen this episode twice. I like this episode a lot because it goes to show that winning all the time is boring. Incredibly boring. You have to lose at least a little in order for life to be interesting. And also, you shouldn't get what you want all the time, or else it would be boring and it wouldn't mean anything when you got what you want at that time. So the lesson in this episode is, be okay that you don't get everything that you want all the time. You will eventually get what you want later on down the path. You just gotta be patient, you gotta wait, or else you're going to be living in a hell that this man, Rocky, is stuck in. Constantly. He just constantly wins. And he's sick of it. And he's tired of it. And he's going to be living in this hell for eternity. Always winning. He gets bored. Boredom is probably the worst experience you can experience. The worst feeling you can experience is boredom. I get it. I would also go insane in hell. That's why we've got to do all the good deeds that we can so we don't get into a hell and have to deal with this. Let me know, what would you do if you were in this situation? How long would you survive winning all the time before getting super bored like this guy does? So I think I gotta give this episode, it's a solid like 8.6 out of 10. I'm Salad and I saw Twilight Zone episode 29, Nightmare as a Child. And that freaking weed whacking sound in the background is gonna give you nightmares as an adult. It is directed by Alvin Ganzer, written by Rod Serling, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. Weed whackers, I'm gonna whack the weeds out of you. This episode starts and we're following a lady, and she's, a lady, but then she encounters a child on the steps outside of her door, and she's like, who are you? She's like, I'm Helen. This is strange, because she kind of reminds her as when she was a child, and this child keeps asking weird questions about her mom, and is like, what happened to your mom? Don't you remember what happened to your mom? Tell us about your mom, please. And trying to get her to remember things about her mom, and as she uncovers more and more information about her mom, it turns out that she was murdered and she saw her get murdered. And it's a very traumatic experience that she kind of just pushed off to the side. She's like, nah, I'm not going to deal with that. Nope. I'm not going to remember it at all. But what's interesting is that this little girl is like, you have to remember, you have to. And it turns out this little girl's like a younger version of herself or something. This episode is weird, but it's the Twilight Zone. This episode's not necessarily grounded in reality. It's more so looking at a psyche of a woman who has repressed trauma, and then whenever she has the repressed trauma brought up, then she's like unable to deal with it. What's interesting, with this repressed trauma, she notes that this guy murdered her mom, and then she leaves her apartment, and it's that guy. And that guy's like, you know, I was hoping one of these days that you would figure out that it was me all along who murdered your mom. And I'm like, wait, hold on. First of all, why would the child have any context as to what the situation was? Like, who even did the murder? And your face is just in their memory forever? I don't even remember faces of people I met like 15 minutes ago. How are you supposed to remember a face of somebody who murdered your mom? I guess it's less significant. Oh boy. It's just interesting with the way that the memory is framed too, and the way it's shot. It's like, how could this child even remember your face? Guy, the only reason why she thinks that you murdered him and murdered her is because A, you said it yourself and you're like, I'm come back for you. I've come back for you to get you. Again, not set in reality, I don't think, because if it were set in reality, how would the murderer know at what exact moment to come back to her and be like, well, I'm going to confess it was me who murdered your mom? No, I really think this part also isn't set in reality. It's her dealing with the man. It's her confronting the man who murdered her mom after she finds out what happened to her mom. She was murdered. Why was she murdered? Well, she was doing some accounting, and this guy was like, you gotta do some dirty deeds accounting. You gotta do some dirty accounting. She's like, no, I'm gonna report you. I'm gonna report you to police. And then she got murdered over it. Money. Always the reason to murder somebody in a lot of media, it seems. So anyway, she's able to defeat him when he does a little bit of a tumble on the staircase, and it makes me think, okay, what could this mean metaphorically? I'm thinking that her coming to terms with her mother's murder, and then that guy suddenly appearing, and then she's able to quickly defeat him. Well, she has a little bit of like a struggle session, but she's able to defeat them. And I think this metaphorically means that she's over her trauma now. And she's able to live nice and free and happy and all that fun jazz. And also, speaking of trauma, no more weed whacker sounds. I'm so happy, chat. I'm so happy. And then after she notices this guy go tumble and she goes back in her apartment, and she's like, oh, I gotta figure it out. Oh, I want to deal with it. Ah. And then, I don't know what happens. She opens her door and it's an actual little girl that isn't supposed to be her. It's like a little girl. And she's like, oh, I'm so thankful for life. I'm so thankful now because I'm not being murdered. I do want to murder that guy who brought out, instead of a weed whacker, let's put the weed whacker away. Let's do a riding lawnmower. Amazing. That's going to give me nightmares. But anyway, that's not pertaining to the episode. What is pertaining, though, is she's now in reality. She's able to face her reality with no hint of, I wonder what happened in the past, you know? All that fun jazz. So I think I like this episode a lot. It's not one that sticks to reality. It's a metaphorical episode, for sure. It's exploring the human psyche of somebody who's suffering trauma, and then dealing with that trauma, and then finally facing the person who inflicted the trauma upon her. So she has a clear conscience, and she's not going to be thinking about this anymore. I like this episode a lot. I like her acting. I like the little girl's acting. She's like a really good, clear, concise speaker. It makes me very happy to see, because it's like, wow, with the way that she's speaking and the way that her words are clear, very adult-like. So I gotta give this episode, this episode's like a solid 7.9 out of 10. I'm in Salad and I saw the Twilight Zone episode 30, A Stop at Willoughby. It is directed by Robert Parrish, written by Rod Serling, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode follows a man who is sick of his job. His boss is harping on him, and he's angry, and he hates his career that he chose. Not to mention, he hates his wife as well. His wife is so complaining all the time, and he goes on the train to get to work, and it's the only time that he can get any amount of sleep. First of all, I really like the aesthetic of the snow in the window. I thought it was beautiful. And then, what's interesting is he falls asleep and then he wakes up and everybody's off the train. And got the train conductors like, we're at Willoughby. And Willoughby is a place in the 1800s. And everyone's all nice and happy. Everyone's all simple. Away from that hustle bustle life of modern 1960s time. And so of course this guy's like, I want to go back. I want to live here at Willoughby. Everyone's just taking their time, you know, just chilling. I first of all like the imagery of just like a couple of dudes. They're just like walking down the road and they got like fish in their hand. And you got fishing poles, and they're just like walking. It looks so simple. This guy's like, I want to live this simple life. I want to get away from the hustle and bustle of all these cars and all this nagging boss and nagging wife. And of course he wakes up, he asks the conductor, yo, Willoughby, heard of it? And the conductor's like, nope, never heard of it. And I'm like, this is weird. Where did this guy go? Maybe this is some sort of dream? So I'm thinking, okay, this is some sort of dream. He wants to go to Willoughby. He goes home, and his wife is nagging at him some more. And his wife is like big insulting him. And his big insult to his face. Such disrespect. She doesn't know what it's like to have to work in his position. She doesn't know how good she has it. She's just constantly nagging. You suck. Ooh. Why don't you make more money? Ooh, why don't you give me more stuff? You know, all that fun jazz. I guess it's not really fun that much, actually. So this guy's super annoyed at his life. More boss nagging him, more wife nagging him, and the only time he has some sort of release is when he sleeps on the train. The second time he's deserted, he's like, I'm about to get off. And then the train goes vroom, and then he's not able to get off, and instead he wakes up. He's like, dang it, I'm in this life still, I hate it. I'm like, whew, I feel bad for you, guy. But the third time comes around, and this is after a particularly nasty fight with his wife. And I'm like, aw, man, I really hope the wife, like, regrets this. Regrets having this fight and just, like, kind of leaving on bad terms. Like, leaving on a negative note. Because he's like, oh my goodness, I'm at Willoughby again. He's like, you know, falling asleep. I'm at Willoughby! And in this time, he intentionally just is like, I'm just gonna get off. And he gets off pretty quickly. Who cares about a suitcase? I'm in simple times now. And then what's interesting, I was like, okay, he must be in some sort of dream. Nope. Actually, in modern 1960, this guy jumped off the train while it was moving, shouted something about Willoughby, and then is just dead. Were these previous attempts of going to Willoughby, like, previous attempts at jumping off of this train? Like, the episode doesn't show this. I'm, like, intrigued. I'm like, wow, okay, I'm flabbergasted because I was not expecting this turn at all. But you know what's interesting? Willoughby, it's the name of the hearse, of the funeral home. It's on the back of the hearse. It's a funeral home. Oh my goodness! A stop at Willoughby is a stop at death. Well, I guess this particular funeral home with death. This guy wanted to die. I just find it interesting that every time he tried to leave this train, it was an attempt to jump off of the train in real life. And I always thought, oh, this must just be some dream, because, you know, dreams aren't real life. Until, like, the very last time, the very last dream, where he does get off at Willoughby. And then that was like, whoa. This is a crazy episode. I like this episode. It's got me thinking. Because, first of all, better be careful. Whatever the last words you say to your loved one is, better be good words. Or else you're going to regret it. You're going to regret saying the nasty words right before they die. You don't know when they're going to die. I'm actually curious about how the wife feels right now. I'm thinking maybe she regrets nagging at him constantly and now misses her husband. I'm honestly quite curious about how she's taking it, but the episode ends before it shows how she's taking it. This episode is a trippy one. I like this one a lot. It has resonated in my brain. I've thought about this episode several days after having watched it, which usually doesn't really happen that much with media for me, but if it impacts me a lot, I'm like, whoa. I'm still trying to figure this one out. I'm still trying to figure it out, you know. Let me know if you have figured this episode out. Let me know what you think of the episode in the comments below. I'd love to hear your thoughts. I gotta give this episode is a solid like 8.7 out of 10. I'm inside and I saw the Twilight Zone episode 31, The Chaser. It is directed by Douglas Hayes, written by John Henry Collier, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. We're following this man, and he's like, oh, I want to be with this lady, but she doesn't love me. Why won't she love me? I'm going to go to this man who's like, hey, I have a little bit of a something for you. You need some sort of potion to make her fall in love with you? And he's like, yes, please, yes, please. What's really funny is that the potion is $1, which makes me think it's going to have really bad effects. Why would you sell a potion for $1? Also, the man is like, I have a potion that'll reverse all the spells, but it's $1,000. I'm like, okay. So I can see your business model here pretty much clearly already, but this guy is so much in love. Love is blinding him to the reality, to the scam happening in front of him. So he's like, okay, I grab the potion, I go over to the love that I have. I want her to love me, and I keep annoying her. She's just entertaining the thought of us having champagne. We have a little bit of champagne. He puts the thing in, the potion in, and then he's like, here you go. And then he has champagne, and then she drinks it all like she's just trying to get rid of him, and slurp. All right, get out, bye-bye. He's like stays around for a few moments, and she's like, get out, goodbye. And it's like, okay, is this potion really gonna work? And it takes a few moments, and he's about to leave when it does, and she's like, oh my goodness, I love you, oh my goodness, I love you. She's essentially this guy's servant now. She will not do anything independent on her own. She'll just swoon at him, looking at him with her eyes on her face, and he's loving it for now. He eventually gets really annoyed. He's like, can you like sit on the couch, please? No, I don't get a good view of you from the couch. I just have to be looking at you and gazing upon you. Ooh. And this guy is clearly annoyed, so he goes back to the guy who sold him the potion, and the potion man's like, $1,000. He's like, I can't have that. I don't have that money. He goes back to the lady, realizes how much of a nuisance she is. She's just clinging all over him, and he can't complain because she's being so nice. You want somebody to be super duper nice. You know, you can't complain about it. And so he's like, grumble, grumble, grumble. Fine, I'll give you the $1,000. My entire life savings, I'll give you the $1,000. I like the potion man's warning. He's like, here you go, if he can go through with it. And I'm like, oh boy, I wonder what that could possibly mean. How could you not go through with it? Here's how he cannot go through with it. He arrives back home, he has the champagne bottle, he's like, it's time to party again, woohoo! And she's like, oh yeah, oh my goodness! And like, she's hovering over his shoulder, and he's like, can you sit down there, please? And then she's like, alright, fine, sure, I'll wait. It's a surprise. And then he gives her the champagne with the potion in it, and he's like about to give it to her, and she gets it, and then she drops it. And he's like, oh no. And I'm like, oh no. It's just her clumsiness, right? And she's like, oh, we don't need champagne, we have each other. And I'm like, no, this guy is suffering. Oh. And I'm just wondering how many suckers have come to that Potion Man's shop and been like, oh, your $1,000, oh, $1,000. Ugh. I wonder how much bank he's made off of that, because what a great business model. Oh man, I just love it. I love it so much. This is a great episode because it goes to show that you don't want somebody eyeing over you 110% of the time. It's too much. You need space to breathe. And this guy has no space to breathe, and he's put himself in this position forever. He has no space to breathe ever. This chick will not leave him alone. And I like it. I like this episode. It goes to show what too much love can do, which is suffocate somebody. And, you know, he can no longer leave. The Potion Man says that the potion never expires. So I'm like, uh-oh. All the individuality that you saw in her that you were attracted to is now just gone. So, what's the point of being with her, dude? I should have thought of that before you decided to do a love potion on her. You should have just accepted the fact that she didn't want to be with you and just went with another chick, dude. There's like at least 1 billion of them. I don't know about the 60s, but 1 billion sounds about right. You know, this is a good episode. I like each of their performances, and I just love the Potion Man. Great business model. Top tier business model. The business model alone, I gotta give a rating of a 10 out of 10, but this particular episode I really like a lot. So I gotta give it a solid 8 out of 10. I'm Inside and I saw the Twilight Zone episode 32, A Passage for Trumpet. It is directed by Don Medford, written by Rod Serling, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts and we're following a very depressed trumpet player. He's like, oh, boo-hoo, I can't play. And I'm like, but you're holding the trumpet right now. Just play the thing. But it's his mentality that's preventing him from playing the trumpet. He's like, oh, I suck so much. And he's got his trumpet up to his nose. He's about to play, up to his lip, and he's about to play. And it's like, I'm going to do it. And then he doesn't. And he's like, oh, I'm so sad. I don't get to play the trumpet anymore. I'm like, just play the trumpet, man. Oh, man. He gets so sad to the point where he runs in front of the car. And then he wakes up in a weird space where he's trying to talk to the cop. And the cop's not acknowledging him. He tries to talk to the movie people, the people taking the money for the movie tickets, and they're not talking to him, and he's not appearing in any reflection, and he's like, what's happening? Am I dead? Am I a ghost? And he's just like running around. He's like, I don't know what's happening here. Before he passed away, though, he sold his bugle for like $18, and then the guy sold it for $25. He's like, I got overhead too, dude. I liked that line. So he goes over to the bugle shop. He's like looking at it, and he's like, oh man, I want to play that. Too bad I'm dead. And he's like, everyone here's not alive. What am I gonna do? And he starts like running around. I'm like, oh, I like it when you run around, because I like it when you're confused and you don't know where you're at. I like that a lot because I'm also confused and I don't know where you're at. And so I feel like we're in the same boat here, guy. So this guy meets a dude. Wow, he's meeting a dude when no one can see him? Yes. There's a guy who's like, oh, hi. Hello. He's like, wait, how do you know me? How do you know my name? And this guy has like some sort of top hat. I'm gonna call him Top Hat Guy. Top Hat Guy is like, well, you're not dead. You're in between the living and the dead. Everyone around you is dead, but you're not dead. He's like, oh my goodness. Thank goodness. And Top Hat Man's like, you have a choice, by the way. Choice whether to stay here or to go back to the living. And I like the trumpet guy. He's like, I'm gonna go back. He misses playing the trumpet so much. He didn't know what he had until it was lost, aka he didn't know that he had life until it was almost taken away from him. And I like this. I like that he has the choice to be able to play trumpet again. This guy hands him a trumpet, right? He's like, play a little. And he's almost about to play. And then he doesn't play. I'm like, dude, just play the trumpet. Why don't you play the trumpet? Just play the trumpet, man. He plays a little bit of it. He's like, oh, he sounds sweet. But he just doesn't keep on playing the trumpet. And then he's brought back to life, right? And there's a bunch of concerned citizens. He's like, oh man, I gotta be reunited with my trumpet again. So he buys the trumpet back, and he meets this girl, like on top of this apartment building. And she's like, oh, I'm new here. Can you play the trumpet? Do you want to play a little bit of your trumpet? And this guy is like about to play trumpet, and then he doesn't play trumpet. I'm like, bro, just play the trumpet. You keep claiming that you want to play the trumpet. That every time there is a chance for you to play the trumpet, you're not playing the trumpet. Just play the trumpet. And the episode ends on Trumpet Man and this chick agreeing to go on a date. And it's nice. But will this man ever play the trumpet? He certainly barely played trumpet in this episode, except for when he was alone, expressing his sorrows in trumpet form, and then he started to be sad again. He just kept being on sad after playing the few notes he did. And he's playing nice. He was playing fine, okay? He just needs to play more trumpets. Play the trumpet more. Come on, just do it. I just want him to play the trumpet, okay? I'm very passionate about his life goals. This episode made me like the trumpet man, and also made me angry of how little trumpet he actually plays in this episode. But everyone else was pretty fine. This is a weird episode. I think this is an episode where the lesson is, if you want to do something, just do it, because you might not have the time later, or most definitely will not have the time later. If you have the opportunity, take that opportunity to do what you want, like playing the trumpet, okay? This is a solid episode. I think I gotta give this one, it's a solid 7.5 out of 10. I'm inside and I saw the Twilight Zone episode 32, Mr. Beavis. It is directed by William Asher, written by Rod Serling, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts when we're following Mr. Beavis. He likes weird music. Every day he goes out and he's having a laugh with the children, he's playing ball with the children, and then he goes to his car, which doesn't really work. It kind of does, kind of doesn't, but it seems to be in not the best shape. But this guy is so happy. He has the most optimism for his life. He goes to work and his boss hates him. He has so much stuff on his desk, just random knickknacks. Everybody else has the most clean desk possible. And it seems like he has a relationship with his coworkers, because he can ask them by name, how you doing? And they're like, hey, Mr. Beavis, we're doing good, you know. And they all seem to be liking him, but his boss hates him to the point where he's so annoyed that he fires him. And then, to top it all off, he goes home and all of his stuff is being moved out of his apartment because he's being evicted. And so he's kind of got not a good life current going on right now, but he has so much optimism that doesn't even matter to him. However, he has this guardian angel coming to him, and he's like, hey, I can make it so your life is doing well. You know, your ancestor, and your ancestor before that, and your ancestor before that. One of your ancestors did such a nice, noble deed that they deserved a guardian angel, so now the guardian angel is passed down from generation to generation and now has landed upon you. And I like this because, first of all, his ancestors, Mr. Beavis' ancestors, are noble, and honestly, it doesn't really blend well with Mr. Beavis because they're noble, they have high aspirations. And Mr. Beavis doesn't really have high aspirations. He wants to live in the moment. He wants to enjoy the things that he enjoys. And he's a good influence on the children. He's such a nice, happy guy. And so when his life gets changed by the guardian angel, he changes it so he gets a raise at his job he just got taken from, and his house is pretty clear. He doesn't really have any of his interests. His desk at his job isn't really full of anything. There's nothing on his desk, and he's like freaking out like it's his last life, but nobody knows of his last life. They only know of him as that guy that deserved the $10 raise. And apparently he's been doing so well at this company that his boss was like, I have to tell everyone that you got a raise because you did so well these last 11 months. On his old life, Mr. Beavis couldn't really keep a job. He had like 18 jobs in 11 months or 11 jobs in 18 months. He has a ton of jobs. Just so many jobs. He keeps just going through jobs like it's candy pretty much. And I like Mr. Beavis, right? Because he's like, I like my things. I like my life. I like my interests, and yeah, if I'm interested in my interests, it's going to have some financial instability with it, but it's what I like. And he likes zither music. I don't know what zither music is. Do you know what zither music is? Let me know in the comments down below if you know what zither music is. So anyway, he's like, I want my life back. I want the car that got hooked up to a car and then also crashed into another car and caused a bunch of damage. I want that car back. And I'm like, wow, this guy like really likes his things. He likes his interests. And to the point where he won't negotiate for another life that will benefit him so he can pursue his interests. And I find that to be admirable. Sooner or later, he will find at some point his interests to be useful. And he didn't have to compromise on his interests at all to have some sort of stable life. Have a stable job so he can stably pay his bills and stably being in the same boring life cycle, doing this and that just to pay the bills, just to do that, all this fun jazz. Not really fun at all. I feel for Mr. Beavis. I don't know if it's not empathy, it's not envy, but it's like an appreciation for him. I appreciate his strength and character, and I appreciate his optimism. Appreciate it so much so that even the guardian angel recognizes this. You're not happy? That's so weird. I mean, everybody in your family line had big aspirations, but I guess you're the oddball out. Like, we'll just do whatever you want, I guess. And so the guardian angel returns things back to normal. Back to before he got fired, before his car got crashed, and he just relives that experience again, Mr. Beavis does. And he's happy. He's like really happy. You know, it really hurt him to not be able to play football with the kids on the street, you know, and don't compromise yourself for money, for stability, for any sort of thing. Just stay true to yourself is what this episode taught me. And you'll be happier, even if you're in some sort of financial instability. Just stay true to yourself and your interests. And eventually, just eventually, hopefully sooner than later, but maybe later, your interests will turn to goodness. And it'll be useful for you to have those interests. So that's what this episode taught me. It also taught me that I should be appreciative of my life. And you should too, because who knows? You could also have just lost your job, had your car crash, they have no money of replacing, and also be evicted. And this guy has the most cheery outlook on life. So we all have something to learn from Mr. Beavis. I especially do. I like this episode a lot. It has opened my mind to a new perspective, and Mr. Beavis is a good one. So I gotta give this episode, based on that alone, it's a solid, like, 7.8 out of 10. I'm inside and I saw the Twilight Zone episode 34, The After Hours. It is directed by Douglas Hayes, written by Rod Serling, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts with following a lady, and she needs a gold thimble, and the only place to get a gold thimble is on the 9th floor. So she takes an elevator up to the 9th floor, and there's nothing on the 9th floor. Oh boy, I saw this, I was like, what type of trickery is happening here? This seems like somebody took up shop in an abandoned floor of the department store, like where they keep all the storage and such, and she just miraculously was able to come up here and ask for a gold thimble, and it was the only thing they sold. And she's freaked out normally, as a normal person. I'm freaked out because it's like, why do they only have one thing up there? Is this some sort of weird genie situation? I'm not sure what's going on here. I'm also just as confused as this lady is. She's like, oh man, I should have looked. My gold thimble. It's all scratched and dented. Oh man, I have to go back up and talk to the lady about the thimble. And the elevator man's like, go to the 3rd floor for complaints. And so she goes to the complaints desk and talks to the guy. Hey, I went up to the 9th floor and, I got this gold thimble, but they sold me a thing and it's all scratched and dented. Could you help me? And this man's like, there's no 9th floor. What? I'm listening to this, watching this like, wait, hold on. How is there not a 9th floor? Wait, where did she go then? Why are people not aware of the 9th floor? Do employees not know about the 9th floor? And she's like, I insist there's a 9th floor, I swear. And even like the head of the store is like, there's no 9th floor here, lady. I'm confused, she's confused. It seems like she's freaking out, she's having a crisis of reality. And if I were in her position, I would too. It feels like I'm being gaslit by the store. And they're saying it with enough conviction that there is not, in fact, a 9th floor, that it would make me go insane too. So this lady's going insane. She's like, but there's no 9th floor. Wait, there's no 9th floor? Where did I get this thimble from? And of course, she's drawn back to the 9th floor. And it's like, wait, this elevator's back here again. What's going on here? Oh, the elevator man's gone? She goes up to the 9th floor and there's just a bunch of mannequins. And she was able to encounter a mannequin that looks like the lady who sold her the thimble, like on a lower floor. But like the elevator dude mannequin was on the 9th floor and there's just a bunch of mannequins there. And I'm just like, this is so weird. And then those mannequins come to life and start talking to her. I'm like, this is so what is going on? What is up with all these mannequins? Are these mannequins haunted or something? Is this store haunted? No. It's not that. What it is it's the fact that she has a month to be a real person until she's converted back into becoming a mannequin. She's a mannequin. Upon this revelation, I'm like, what is this? This is such a weird episode, man. I'm losing my mind watching this episode. Like, how does this work? How does the mannequin thing work? How does a mannequin turn into a person for a month? How do these mannequins determine who gets to be a person for the next month? This revelation of what she actually is just opened so many questions. Like, I just want to know the organization of the mannequins. How do they decide who goes next? Is it by good boy points, like brownie points or something? This episode doesn't really explain the whole system of how mannequins are chosen to leave and be a person for the month, but it does explain why people are saying there's not a 9th floor. It's because it doesn't exist. There's a bunch of mannequins up there. It's just effectively a storage closet. No one goes up to the storage closet unless, storage. I don't know. It's so trippy. This episode has made me feel Like, I don't know what reality is. It's made me question reality. It made me question her reality. It makes me wonder, how is there a ninth floor? And also, I like the nice added touch of her mannequin being put out for display at the very, very end. It's like, oh, now she's chilling. Okay, so she's gonna be a mannequin for like 11 months? And then she gets to be a person for a month. Where does all that food go that she ate the day before she got turned back into a mannequin? Just asking. This is a weird episode. I'm not exactly sure how to feel about this episode, except for unsettled. This makes me feel weird and spooky and scared, honestly. I like the actresses' performances. I like everybody's performance. In the Twilight Zone, everybody's doing their best job, and I can see it and I can feel it, and I really appreciate it, and I especially appreciate the cameraman. This episode is a weird one. I gotta give this episode, it's like a solid 7.3 out of 10. What makes a human a human? What makes a robot a robot? This episode will tell you. I'm in Salad, and I saw the Twilight Zone episode 35, The Mighty Casey. It is directed by Robert Parrish and Alvin Gansner, and written by Rod Serling. And if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts with we're following a baseball team which absolutely sucks. We got the manager, he's like, I don't know what to do. And this scientist comes up to him, he's like, hey, you have a terrible baseball team? You want a robot? This robot can do all of the throwing, and no one can hit this robot's ball throws. Perfect to have on your team. And so they put this robot, by the way, they say robot a lot. Instead of robot, it's robot. 60s are pretty cool. Type in the comments, what do you call robots? Robot? Robot? Android? I need to know. Obviously, it's going to be very noticeable that the other team can't hit any of the balls that this guy's throwing. And so we got the baseball committee is like, yo, what's up with this guy? Can you do like a physical on him? Oh, this guy has no heart. He's a robot. He can't be playing baseball with the humans. And I like this. What makes a human a human? Let's add a heart to it. And they add a heart to the robot, and guess what? The robot is like, oh my goodness, I don't want to destroy these guys' careers. I don't want to throw too hard and destroy the batter's career. I don't want to throw so hard and destroy all the other careers around me. I'm gonna become a social worker instead. And I'm like, okay, so the humanity part must be the heart, because suddenly the robot has empathy and doesn't want to destroy lives. Seems like we found our answer. It's the heart. But wait, some humans don't have empathy. So is it really the heart? What makes a human a human? It certainly isn't the ability to feel empathy for another creature. This is a totally failed experiment on behalf of the baseball team trying to get ahead of everybody else via cheating. This is essentially cheating. But the scientist who created this robot was like, oh my goodness, I did it! It was a successful experiment. I now know what makes a robot, and I made a successful robot that looks like a human. I did it, woohoo! And now he's just helping out humans. It was pretty cool. So I guess, depending on whose side you're on, the scientist or the baseball team, you either won or lost, you know. But also, it's fun. This other guy, he's just like, stumbling around. Ooh, hey! You have those blueprints. Can I take them off of you? The guy's like, sure. The manager's like, sure, take them. I don't need them anyway. And the guy who now has blueprints has made an entire team full of androids. And it makes me wonder, that team's also going to get booted, because anyone who plays against that team is going to notice, these guys are acting like that guy did, and that guy was a confirmed android. I'm thinking this team right here is androids, or robots, or whatever you want to call them. I don't know how successful that is going to be in the long term. Maybe if you add hearts to them, either they'll all quit or they'll all be like, oh, let's be a team together. I guess it really depends on the robot. Honestly, I think what makes a person is the personality. Get it? Because personality's in the name. Person is in the word personality. That's what makes a person. That's what I think. What do you think? I thought this episode was fun and entertaining, and the twist of the robot just getting a social job, I thought that was pretty hilarious. I mean, I like this episode. I don't know what else to say about it except for what I've said. I like the acting. I like the setting. It takes place in a baseball field. And I like it. I like the guy, the android robot guy. He's pretty cool. I would be friends with him. I'd have a beer with him, or 2, or 12. I don't know. I gotta give this episode's a satisfying one. I'm giving it a solid 7 out of 10. Don't you wish you could do this to actual women? I'm in Salad, and I saw the Twilight Zone episode 36, A World of His Own. It is directed by Ralph Nelson, written by Richard Matheson, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts with following a very eloquent woman. She comes home and she sees her husband sitting on the couch with a lady who does not look like her. Not at all, nothing alike. I'm like, wow. First of all, if I were her, I would be offended because I'm a brunette, she's a brunette, and this guy is hooking up with the blonde. I'd be like, you don't like me anymore? Maybe I should dye my hair blonde. But no, her first thought was to come back and be like, hi, husband. How's it going? You know, what's going on here? She's snooping around, being obvious. What you looking for, darling? Oh, nothing. I just wanted to see what you've been up to. You know, she's still looking, and it takes a while for her to be like, all right, fine. I saw you here with another lady. And he's like, no, it seems like you misunderstand. She's like, no, I saw her. Where did she go? Does she have some sort of secret trap door? And I'm like, I don't know where she went either. But this guy provides a perfectly reasonable explanation for what has happened. He has this tape recorder. You can speak into it very clearly, very descriptively, and the more descriptors that he uses, if he's descriptive enough, then this person comes alive. And so he does this. Her name is Mary. She's 30 years old. She has a nice build. She's blonde. She's a loving, delicate, like a woman should be. And you know, he does the thing, and guess what? She appears. You know what he actually does? He says in the tape recorder, she was going through the front door, and she was walking through this room. And as soon as he's finished says that, she's there. There's Mary. He's able to conjure a woman up using his words on a tape, and I thought that was pretty freaking sweet. If I could do that, I'd be pretty epic. Oh man, all the dogs that I would describe. His name is Buddy. He's a 2-year-old German Shepherd with very thick fur, and he's a very playful dog, but also very loyal. Who's a good boy? He's a good boy. That's what I would do with it. But this guy's like, you know, I'd rather just hang out with the woman. And he's trying to describe this, even a visual representation of what's happening in front of her, and she's like, I don't believe it. And I'm like, you literally saw him conjure up a lady in front of you, and he's like, here's how I removed her. Cuts the tape, snip, crumbles it up, throws it in the fire, and it goes pop, and she just vanishes from the world. Victoria sees this and is like, I don't believe it. Well, what else is he going to do? She's like, well, you're gonna have to show me more proof than that. And so basically he goes into the safe, has an envelope, and has like a bunch of tapes in it. And I saw this, and I saw her name was written on this. I was like, oh, she's conjured up. Oh my goodness. She's like, oh, what you do with that? She's being really sassy. And he's explaining to her, like, yo, you've been doing everything I've told you to the T, and now you've disobeyed me because you came home early from the store. You weren't supposed to do that. You're clearly defective because I created you and you're supposed to do everything I say. You've got a personality of your own. And she's like, what are you talking about? Ha 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 ha. I am a real woman. Takes the tape, throws it in the fire, and she's like, wait, you were telling the truth? Oh no. And then the thing pops and she just fades into existence, and I just am like, okay, this is awesome. I wish I could do this. Mostly the creating a creation and then being able to dispose of it. I would like to have the current creations out there just do their own thing, you know, just do it. You can be alive, whatever. But I want to have the ability to create something. And then if I'm sick of it, just crumple it up and throw it away, you know? Pretty easy. And now this guy is just like, alright, here I am. I'm gonna conjure up this lady I've been hanging out with, because I don't have a wife no more. Ha ha, yeah! Also, what's interesting about this episode, Rod Serling makes an appearance. Like, literally, take like one of the envelopes. There's two envelopes. One of them is Rod Serling on it, and he's just there, and he's here to be like, oh, don't go away just yet. I'm just here to tell you. This is crazy, right? Like, he's breaking the fourth wall. He's being meta here. And this guy throws the Rod Serling envelope into the fire, and then Rod Serling just disappears. I'm like, what is going on? Why is Rod Serling here? What I really like, it was like, that's towards the end of the episode, and then Rod Serling's narration comes back, and the episode is focused on his two characters. What I like about Rod Serling is that this isn't very narcissistic of him. I mean, he's making a meta joke. That's fun. That's very funny, but the episode isn't about him. I feel like modern writers would make the episode about themselves, their experience, and this is just like, what is happening? This is a brain melting experience this episode is. I really like this episode. I wish dogs would come here. Don't need none of that. Anyway, I gotta give this episode, I enjoyed it. I like the acting. Everybody's acting was full of emotion, and I was very convinced. So I gotta give this episode's a solid 7.5 out of 10. If you like this review, watch another one. The platform really likes that. If you want to fast track a movie review, you can do that for $20 Radinos on patreon.com/ASEPresents. And if you like to help support the daily grindiness of all them daily movies, go to this link tree, find the way you can help support the daily grind of all them daily movies so you're here. And until next time on Mint Salad Saw, I'll see you later, my salad croutons and bacon bits. Oh, it's a tape recording of me. Oh, what is this? This is a fire. Oh, what did I do that? Oh, it's on fire. I'll see you next season. Bye-bye.